Okay. So, Stephen, can you see my screen?
I do see your screen.
Okay. All right. We are ready to go then. All right. So most of you probably already know this information, but we're going to review it again. Up here to your top right corner is that question mark that we can go to get all of our good documentation. So if you click on that question mark, you will see meta documentation here. So if you click into meta documentation, it now brings you to our new meta documentation site. Up here at the top right, you'll see our YouTube, our Meta YouTube content. So if you click into there, you will be able to view our videos that we put out regarding our trainings. This training will be put out on our YouTube video once day 2 is finished. You also will see our Meta Eventbrite site. So this will take you right directly to Eventbrite for you to be able to sign up for future trainings. And also, it'll give you the link to the training. It will give you all the information that you need through Eventbrite. So again, that's kind of something new here with our new documentation site. Okay, so today, again, we are doing counselor skills training. So in my search here to the right, I'm going to go ahead and just type in counselor skills. And you
And by
can
the way,
see, oh,
I'm sorry,
go
Kim.
ahead.
And by the way, this page Kim's on is available in all of our customer districts databases. So you can get this through your home district. You can get to the same page through our train. It's going to look the same either way, no matter what PowerSchool environment you're in.
Yes, good point, Stephen. So again, I'm going to go ahead and search for counselor skills because that's the training that we are in today. And you can see that it's going to bring up the subject as anything involved in my counselor skills training. You'll also see that within that, it's also showing the core area, the last day the documentation was modified, and the document type. So I'm going to just scroll down here a little bit and find our counselor skills agenda. And you can see that it's in the subject. Again, we have counselor skills, and you can see over to the right, there is the word agenda. So I'm going to show you our counselor skills agenda that we're going to use today. It does make you download this. And then I'll just bring it over here. That way we can just kind of look at it together. Maybe if it comes up.
Yeah, this documentation is very dense with information. It can be overwhelming when you first go to it because there's just so much. But we encourage you to use the filters that Kim showed you to
Yes,
sift down
definitely.
to what you're looking for, either by, again, document type or subject area, core area. And once you play around with it for a few minutes, you get the hang of kind of how we have things organized. It's a little
Great.
bit better than it was, a lot better than it was just a few months ago, actually.
Right. And I'll go back through and kind of show you how you can download, multiple documents at a time too as well. But today we're going to use this PowerSchool Counselor Skills Agenda. So as you see, if you want to maybe even bring this up in your own environment, if you have a couple screens going, you can reference back to it. You'll see that we'll be, searching for students and student data, and we'll be going through each basic, search result. And we'll be going through student enrollment, scheduling, and working with courses and sections as well. We also be touching on GPA, recording info for students, historical grades, student programs and tests, grad pathways, grad planner and graduation worksheet, and just working with reports and honor rolls. So I just kind of wanted to bring this to your attention so that you would be aware of what we're going to cover today in our training. So that's just one thing that you can download from that documentation. I'm going to go put that over to the side. I'm going to just go back up here really quick. You can also, choose which documents you want to download, and you can do those, all at once. We don't recommend that you do them all, you select all in download, but if you want to just choose particular documents, that you're working with, you can choose those this way. You also can just click into the hyperlink here and just bring out that one document that we're using. One other document that I wanted to bring attention to is our QRC. Let's see if I can find this. Okay, so right here, again, you're looking under counselor skills, you're looking under quick reference cards, but this particular one I wanted to bring to your attention because it has some comparators that we'll be using throughout this training within our searches. So I'm going to just go ahead and bring that up. Oops, that's the wrong one. Let me go back.
I think that was the
Was
saw
it the right
counselor
one?
administrative skills, yeah.
Oh, okay, maybe that was the right one. It didn't look right to me. Let's see. I don't think that's that's not the one I'm looking for. Let me,
Okay.
oh, here we go. Counselor, oh, that's the counselor agenda. Why didn't I have this? Okay, well, we will get back to that. I will find that for you and I will show you where that is.
Are
But
you looking for the
anyway,
search comparators, Kim?
yeah, the search comparators. Why can't I find that?
PowerSchool search examples is what it's called, I believe.
Okay, you know what I'm going to do? Right here, PowerSchool search examples. Sorry about that, guys. Thought I had that all ready for me.
Yeah, and that's
Yes.
something we're going to be referencing a lot this morning when we talk about how to
Yes.
search in PowerSchool.
Yeah, so I do want to show you that because that is very important as we go through our training this morning. And I'm just going to bring that over here and show you as well. So here are some search example comparators. And you will definitely want to reference this when making those selections of students. I know that a couple of you have pointed out that that's one thing that you want to gain from this training. So make sure, when I give information to our districts about searching for students, I always reference this document and, tell them, hey, print this out, keep it handy, or, keep it up on one of your screens, and it will help you a lot with those searches. So PowerSchool search examples is what you're looking for in that documentation.
And then as we go through the training today, we'll also talk about core PowerSchool's own reference, help menu. And they have their own version of that. That's a version that our team created years ago and we've kept up to date. But PowerSchool actually in their help menu has their own version of comparators versus fields and how to use them as well. So you'll find throughout this training and while you go through PowerSchool and as you kind of see all these different places, there are multiple ways to get the help that you need for PowerSchool, and our documentation is just one place it resides.
Right. And also there's this filter up here to the top right too. So if you want to look under, core areas, if you're specifically looking under, something in scheduling, you can also just reference those by clicking on these filters. Your subject here, we can look at just on counselor skills. And it will bring up just the documentation associated with those subjects or with those core areas. So again, you may like that type better. If you want to just look under counselor skills agenda, that's another easy way to pull that up. Okay. All right. So let's go back. I am going to reference that system help really quick. So if you go back to that question mark, this is PowerSchool's system help. So you can also get in there and you can type in any type of, if you want to look up, I don't think comparators comes up, but I think like if you wanted to look up courses, you could do that. And if you click on that, it's going to give you their documentation and references to your specific subject that you're looking for. Again, we do keep our documentation, updated, and we're pretty proud of our documentation. But if there's something that you can't find in there, you can come out to PowerSchool and you can look up anything also within their documentation under those subjects. So just so you know that, you may have referenced that before, but I just thought I would point that out again. Okay, so I just wanted to make sure everybody had the documentation. What I'm gonna do is that we're just gonna kind of start from the very beginning here. Is there any questions about the documentation before I move on and get started with all the portals? Okay.
And just to add on to that, the whole idea of questions, we want to be sure that you know that you can take yourself off mute if you have a question at any point. If you prefer to put it in the chat, you're welcome to do so. Whomever between Kim and I is not presenting, we'll try to keep an eye on the chat throughout this training. But because we have a nice small group, I think we got about 8 people here. We are able to, just take yourself off mute and ask us your questions, and we can address them as they come up. And again, we'll probably usually after each subject area, we'll probably pause to see if there's any follow-up questions in that subject area before moving on to the next. But again, you can put it in the chat if you're more comfortable, and we can either answer it that way or answer it aloud for everybody. Thanks.
Okay. All right, let's get started then. So I'm going to go ahead and log out because I want to show you a few things here. I want to show you that PowerSchool is made up of the different portals. Here we have our sign-in page. I mean, everyone knows what this is because you signed in to the training database this morning. But I wanted to reference a couple things. Here is where you would get the information regarding your PowerSchool login. So you can see that today's date shows up, the time shows up, and this is the version that we're using. So we are on 24.9. There's some machine information here that maybe your IT coordinator would need, but if you ever have to reference this, this is where you find this information. Okay, there are several different portals that you can use. This is our administrator login. So you can see it gives you that information. We have added a little sign-in message to our administrator portal. So you can see that here. Most of the time that's done by your district leader, but it could give, each person that signs into that particular portal a little message for, just for reference for them. You can also, there's also a teacher's portal. So up here, I'm going to go in and put teachers in my URL, and you can see there's a teacher sign in. So the teacher sign in, we did not add that custom sign in message, but you can see they also need a username and password. There's also a public portal. So you can sign in for the parent and the student, and I'll show you what that looks like. So you can see parents sign in. They also, have that username and password. We can make a quick sign-in message for them as well. And we can, and again, usually your district leader is the one who does that. There is also a substitute portal. Go ahead, Stephen.
And I just think it's important to point out that in these when we talk different portals, usually when we talk amongst ourselves about accessing PowerSchool, we are referring to the admin portal. So all of us in this room here access the admin portal. Now you may have a parent account if you have a child in the building, or maybe your aunt, uncle, grandparent of one of the students or a neighbor, and you have a contact account. You'd access the public portal. That would be a separate login. You may also have a teacher account. So if you are a teacher in the building, you may be able to log into the teacher portal. A little bit more rare to be a teacher and an admin user, but you can be. But I also want to talk just a little bit about the teacher portal in that, because this causes confusion for those of us who never see that side of PowerSchool, that when you log in, when a teacher logs into the teacher portal, there's a difference between the Power Teacher Pro portal versus the Power Teacher Pro gradebook. So when they go to the Power Teacher Pro portal via the URL that Kim just provided, that's where they can take attendance, look at the rosters, they can look up student data. It's a similar but not the same layout, just in the functionality of that site. But when they open the gradebook, that's a very different area. So I just want to make sure we know the difference between the two places, PowerSchool related, that our teachers can access. They can access the Power Teacher Pro portal, and that's where they take attendance, and the Power Teacher Pro gradebook.
Good point, Stephen. I'm glad you brought that up because that is really important. Okay, so we're going to, again, like Stephen said, we are going to all log into this administrator login. I'm going to go ahead and log in with my credentials here. And again, we ask that you all were logged into our train environment and everyone was able to get in, so that's great. Okay, so let's just start from the basics then. Up here to your right, you're going to see your what we call school switcher and term switcher. So starting with the school switcher, you can see here, if you drop down, you can see all the different buildings that we have within our district. You can switch to, all the different buildings. You'll see here that my buildings have the IRN listed below. And your portal may not be set up for that, but we will go through how to do that. You can kind of customize it a little bit to how you want it to be seen by you. So here again, these are all set up at a district level. They're set up with all your buildings, and that's how you get to the different buildings. PowerSchool is security driven, so you may or may not have access to all buildings. You may have access to just one or two buildings. But in this train environment, you will have access to all buildings for this training. Next, you'll see the term switcher. And if you go to the drop down over here, you'll see where you can select your terms that your admin has set for you. This is set up based upon your scheduling terms within PowerSchool. You can also select the calendar icon here to the right, and you can see the school days. I'm going to actually go out of here, and I'm going to go in one of our buildings so that I can show you how the school days appear.
And just know, like Kim said about the each account is security driven. When you go to your home district, some of you only have one school in your entire district. Most of us have more than one, but you may only have access to one. So a school switcher may not even be a school switcher in your own database. It may simply just be stuck on whatever building, the only building you have access to. So I wanted to point that out because some people will be confused when they return to their home district after these trainings and say, why can't I go to the district office? Why can't I go to other buildings? It's all security driven, like Kim said.
Yeah, absolutely. So we are now in Meta High School. I went ahead and switched to that, and I wanted to show you how the calendar appears. So it does show that first day of school. It shows the last day of school. So this is a really good way if you're looking quickly, you want to see, what that first day or what that last day of school is. This is a really good reference here when using that term switcher. So you do have to click on the term switcher to get that calendar to appear. Okay. Also over here to the side, you will see this little gear. If you click on the gear, you can see that right now I have this information hidden at my school level. If I want to show the attendance taken, the at-risk students, and the incident count, I can have those appear over to the right here. A lot of people prefer not to have those appear only because they have a little bit more real estate when searching for students and getting student information. But that is a preference, your own preference. If you want those to be over here and to monitor those throughout the day, you can have those set. If not, again, you can unclick those and they will not show on your screen. Okay, so you can hide those if you prefer. I talked a few minutes ago about your profile. If you go up here to the right corner, you'll see that your profile is listed. Again, my name is listed. It shows my last sign in. If I click on that, I can manage my profile from here. So I can kind of determine what I want to see and what I don't want to see on my start page every day. I can change my password. Again, this is security driven. When you get back in your district, you may not be able to do that. The page to display when you open a student profile, I want my bell schedule to display, but if there's something else that you want to display, you can set that here on your managed profile. So, I encourage you to go through there and, set it to what you use every day. And again, it's going to be a personal preference. These actual settings will be a personal preference. Your home page, you can also set as well. So I have this set to my start page. You can set that there. You can display an alphabet filter for your start page searches. You can display Power Schedule tasks when navigating when scheduling if you want to do that. Some of your smart search options. This one always throws me every time because it says disable smart search. So when you're doing your search for students, remember this is not, most of these are to enable the option. This one is to disable the option. So they just wanted to kind of throw in a little message there to say, maybe you should always read what your search options are. I have mine set for include inactive students or staff results. I like to include my inactive students in my search results. There are ways that you can get those inactive students up when you're searching, but I have it so that I include mine every time. On the quick search options, you can display student results. The default is to search and display student numbers in the results. You can disable that if that's not something that's important to you. Display staff results when you're looking for that quick search. Display contact results, display page results. So again, we'll be searching for different things, but these are the things that I like to show when I'm doing my searches. Okay. Notifications, same thing. If you want those to show, you can do so. The student line. This is how the student line appears automatically. If you want to change that student line text size, icon size, you can do that here. Here is that school switcher. I have mine on expanded, and that way when I do search those schools, I'm able to see that IR in there. That might not be important to you. At a district level, sometimes it's a little bit more important than if you just have a school level security. Okay, and then the dark mode, you can obviously change to light, dark, auto, or prompt. So again, these are all things that would be your personal preference and the way you want to see your display when you sign in to PowerSchool.
I'm sorry, can you show how to get back to that manage profile button one more time?
Yeah, absolutely. It's up here on your initials. So if you just click there, click into manage profile.
And your initials in the train environment are going to be MM for everybody, I think.
Yeah.
Meta user or meta something. Whereas in your home environment, it'll actually be your actual initials like you're seeing for Kim's.
Yeah. And just don't forget, there is that submit button down at the bottom right. So always, if you are changing something within your managed profile, just make sure you submit that or it's not going to show. I guess I've learned that the hard way, so I had to point that out. Okay, so I'm going to go back to my start page. Any questions on that managed profile? Okay, so I'm gonna go through a couple things that you will see, in your upper right corner here by your manage profile settings. You'll see that printer icon. So at any time that you want to print your page, you can go to that print icon and print from there. That's pretty self-explanatory, I feel like. System alerts, if you have any system alerts, they are going to show here. It's usually a little number beside it. It will show up and it will give you the information. This does tell you my last sign-in was 10:10 at 7:33 this morning. And then, we have some third-party things that are on this train environment. So those system alerts may show there as well.
Yeah, when we're working with scrambled data, you're going to see some things here that you wouldn't see in a typical PowerSchool environment, like those errors there or warnings.
And also, just going along with our next icon up here, there is going to be probably a lot of customizations that we have turned on in our train environment. We didn't point this out before, but those are also things that you may not see in your own environment. If your district leader doesn't have those things turned on, you may, and you like what you see here in the train environment, you may go to your district leader and ask them, hey, can you turn this customization on? Because, it really helps me out a lot. So again, we do have lots and lots of customizations out there. If you click on this one, you'll see that you'll come to our applications. This is where our meta customizations catalog is found. Again, you might not even have access to this in your own environment, but you do here in the train environment. So this is where, we house our special programs, same goal. These are things that, again, you may not have access to in your own environment, but that is where the customizations are found, is in that applications icon. There is a notifications icon. So if you have notifications, those will show there. This is your favorites, and you may, if you've worked in PowerSchool a while, you may have remembered that there used to be a meta favorites, and then once our new enhanced menu came out, there was a PowerSchool favorites. Now the meta favorites has been disabled, and we do have our 1-star here for our favorites. And I believe that we'll be talking about that later in our training, but that is your favorites star, how you favorite pages. The Meta Solutions logo. This is the custom page that shows enabled customizations and also some available customizations depending on what page you are on in PowerSchool. This will also show plugins that might need updated and how many there are out there waiting for a response. So if you ever log in and you see maybe the number 10 here, you'll see that there are 10 updates that are maybe some third-party plugins that need to be updated within your system. And most of the time, again, your district leader will take care of that portion for you, or your IT person will take care of that for you. But if you see those, don't be alarmed. Those are just things that will need updated at some point. And then there's your search that, we utilize this search so much. When you do search, again, this searches out names, student names, pages, contacts, and this is a very, very, very powerful tool. If any of you had used our previous menu, the new enhanced menu came out with this very powerful search, and it really helps you navigate through these pages over to the left. And we'll be doing that through this whole training. So again, you'll be using that a lot, and you may already use it a lot in your district. Okay, so let's see here. Let me just, actually, I'm going to show you here. I'm going to just search for schedule and just kind of show you really quick. I know that we'll be talking about this a little throughout the training, but I do want to show you here that, you can search just a general name of something, a general term, and it's going to give you anything that is involved. Again, I put schedule, but it will give you anything that is involved in scheduling. It shows you, how to get to those schedules. So I was wondering where my teacher schedules were, within my left menu. I can see that my teacher schedules are found in the start page under the meta search. So, again, this gives you that quick little reference about how to get to any particular thing that you're looking for. A lot of you do some scheduling. This comes in very, very handy when you're scheduling, as you can, move throughout the courses, the periods, and the terms, and anything, within that search. So again, that's just a really powerful tool If you're looking for GPAs, which I'm sure a lot of you, have that information, you can it brings you up any of the pages, any of the district pages that you can work with with GPAs. So again, that's that powerful search. It does tell you, when you need to have a student pulled up. So it's saying you can get this GPA validation once you do a student search. And then his academic records. So it shows you, where you need to be, how to bring up that maybe page that you're looking for within that search. So again, you'll reference this every time.
And some of what you're seeing here is the fact that our development team customized PowerSchool, core PowerSchool search. So you're also seeing the result. If you're a customer of ours, which all of you are, you're seeing the result of our own customization, incorporating things on the page, descriptions, breadcrumbs into that search, whereas Core PowerSchool released this as it would only identify the pages by specific name. But that's why you're seeing some of that meta search in there, in the meta logo on some of those results. But basically just know the difference between so if you acknowledge about the fourth and fifth one down, current schedule, list schedule, it shows you a little people icon, right? Because those are a result of a student page or a staff page. Whereas the one that looks more like a school building just above that for bell schedules and copy master schedule is more of a school-wide type of page, right? It's not specific to a student, it's not specific to a staff member. So those icons will help you out, as well as the breadcrumbs like Kim pointed out. But it's also important to note again that some of these are looking at what's on the page or how the page is described because of the customization that our customers have in their PowerSchool environment.
Right. And then, if you are working in the district level and, you're trying to find a schedule, if you were in the district level, well, I'm just going to go do that. And I'm going to show you how it kind of brings that up and lets you know, hey, you need to be at the school level. Let's just try schedule again. So you can see here that I'm at the district level for these district bell schedules, but I don't see the things that I need to see in the school level. So you'll know that, I need to go back to the school to maybe be able to see a certain page. So just remember that too, because sometimes even I think I'm speaking for Stephen and myself, but sometimes I think, oh, I can't find, a certain page or a certain, setup that I'm looking for. I may be at the district level and I really do need to be at the school level. So just remember that when switching back from that district to school level, there are some things, that you will see that are only at the school level. Bell schedules is one of them. So anyway, I just wanted to point that out because, sometimes you get lost in this search, thinking that it's not bringing up the correct information. Maybe you need to either be at the district level or you need to be at the school level.
And again, at your home environment, you may not have access to the district office level.
And that's true. Yes. Yeah. Okay. All right. So let's move on over here then. So you can see that right under your start page here, you have the option of choosing your search results based on students, based on staff, or based on contacts. So if this automatically defaults to students, but you can, again, drop down to see whichever one you want. So if you're searching for a certain staff member, you can type in the name of that staff member and it should, I'm not a staff member at Meta High School. I'm going to go back to my district here for a second. You can see too.
Your account's set up at the district office level.
Yep. Okay, so you can see here, once I switch that district office, you see that my option or my option of choosing the staff did not change. Okay, so it will not change if you navigate between district office and schools, or if you just navigate between buildings. That staff result or that staff search still stays. I'm going to go ahead and just type in my name here. So you can see there's staff options of 3 different people, and I can search the staff member from there. So I can see then, this is my staff information, and it gives me all the information needed. And then I can look up several different things over here with staff members. Again, you may not have access to all the different staff members. Within your district, but that's just an option of how to look those up. Contacts, very important. So if I look up a contact, I know the last name, I'm going to go ahead and look up Adams. Oops, I looked up first name for some reason. You can see that I have all my contacts here. I have 394 with Adams in there, but it gives me this really brief information about this contact. Can they access the accounts? What's the address? Really, a lot of times you'd need the phone number or the email address. The good thing is it shows you the associated students with that contact. And with that being said, a contact can have several different students on it. So that's just a real quick reference of how you can just look up a contact quickly and make sure that they are associated with maybe the student that you're working with at the time.
Yeah, and that access account indicates whether they have data access, so actually access to the public portal, and if they do, which students they have access to and the associated students. So if you get a parent phone call that said, or an aunt or a grandmother that believes they should have data access, that would show you that they have data access and which students they're associated with. And like Kim said, with the way contacts work, I can be associated to multiple students, but via different relationships. So I'm a father of 2 students in a school district that uses PowerSchool, but I'm also a neighbor to several, and I could be a contact on those students if their parents wanted me to be. And if my nephew went to school in that same district, I could be an uncle as a contact on that student's account. I don't have to have data access. That part's not required, of course, but I could be a contact as someone to reach out to if needed. So I could have multiple students listed for me as a contact, and I could have different relationships with each.
And another good thing about bringing up these contacts results like this is you can click into the student, and then that will take you directly to that student, and then you can see more information about the contact and who you have, what students are associated. That's also a good way. And again, the district leader may be the one to take care of it, but it's also a good way if you need to edit these contacts or edit these students that that contact is associated with.
Sometimes you may have to remove a student. So a step parent who's no longer a step parent may need a student removed off of them, or a neighbor who moves away may need removed off of a disassociated with a student, so to speak. We would never delete, quote unquote, delete a contact. Delete's a dirty word in PowerSchool, but we could disassociate or remove the student off of the contact. We can also end date a contact. So we have a record of the fact that they were a contact for that student, but no longer.
And that's always what we recommend too. Again, like Stephen said, delete is a bad word in PowerSchool, but we do recommend, I know, we talk some about contacts in IPT, and we do recommend, putting that end date on that student that you had contact with. Also, you can inactivate this contact. So just remember, this contact is active and shows here, but you can inactivate this, and it'll show you that I have unsaved changes in this. So just for reference, I thought that was really important. As you as a counselor may need to reach out to the families of students and so on. All right, so let's move on here to do maybe some student searches.
Does anyone have any questions about any pieces of the menu that Kim has talked about so far, including contacts or any of the pieces from around the top right corner menu? Right, if not, we are gonna move on, but please feel free to take yourself off mute if you have a question or put it in the chat.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and start out with just some general searches. These might be searches that you've already done throughout your district, but we'll go into ways to find different field values that you can search on students. So first of all, there are several different ways that you can do your student searches. I'm going to show you a couple, but please play around within this environment and just, feel your way around, searching for different things throughout even the district level and the school level. I'm going to actually, I think I'll stay in the district for right now. I'll have a bigger option there. So if I want to, say I just want to search for all my female students, okay, there's a couple different ways I can do that. I can select my, up here at the dropdown, I'm in my students, I'm not in my contacts anymore. I went back to my students, and I can either go to gender here, and I can select the gender that I'm looking for. So if I want to select my female students, I can select gender, female, and my search, and that will show me over 2,000 female students that I have here in our test environment. That's just one way to find the female students. There are other ways to find them. We can go to, we can type in, we can start, if we know we want to look at gender, if we start typing the word gender, it does give you that option to choose the word gender. And you can do gender equal F. And I will also get that same result, 2,897 students. Again, there's just several different ways that you can use, that you can get the same result here in PowerSchool. Okay, so I can also search for many other things. So I can search for last name, first name, student number, student state number, state student number, I mean. A lot of our EMIS coordinators like to use that one to search for, their state number, because that's what they know them. A lot of them know them by. I can search for grade level here. I can search for date of birth here if I want to. So there's just many options that are really quick drop down options that you can search for right here at your start line here, at your search line. Okay. Let's search for grade level. So if I search for grade level, again, that's going to give me a pop-up drop down box that I can choose one, or I can choose multiple grade levels that I want to search. If I want to search just for my 9th graders and 10th graders, I can do that. I can do the search. It's going to give me only 9th and 10th graders. Okay. My preference when I'm searching for just one grade level is I like to just choose from my numbers here. If I'm just searching for my 9th grade, I just like to choose from my 9th graders and I have them pulled up immediately. That's just a quicker reference for me. That's just like the way I like to do it. But if I search for multiple, again, I can go back here, search for that grade level, and choose multiple grade levels at one time. I will point out that when I'm choosing these grade levels, you'll see that, I have grade levels that go above, my seniors. Those 13s are students who maybe haven't met graduation requirements yet. 14s are special education students who maybe have not accepted their diploma. So again, you can, this is set up by your district leader, but you can, choose those as well if you're working with that group of students. So just a reminder too, I did stay in the district office. So when we do a search here, it's searching for any student that's been in the district, by last name or whatever option you choose from for the background. If you were in a particular building, it would only be looking at those students that were within that building. So if you are in the high school, it's not going to include those students that are in the middle school or, the elementary. So just make sure that you are in the building or district that, you would like to be using at that time. Okay. We'll do another one here. We'll search by date of birth. So you can see here that I can do date of birth and I can use a comparator. I can use the equals to, greater than, and so on. I'm just going to pick a date. I'm going to pick October 1st. And I'm going to pick, let's just go back to like 2017, October 1st of 2017. And my results, oh, there are no results. So within this, I don't have anyone who has the date of birth, of course, of the date that I chose. But again, that is another good way, as if you are looking for a student with a certain date of birth, you can go in and do that.
And maybe do a greater than or equal to might net you more results there.
Let's go back to that 2017. There we go. Now we have 1,000 students.
So someone in the chat asked, what would be the purpose of using something like that? And I think if you're in a building, and this is just an example of a search that you might do. But if you were in a building and you needed a certain age, usually probably you'd have a smaller selection of students to do something like this. I'm thinking in a case where I have all my seniors selected already in my search, right? And then I have a scholarship, but it's only for students under the age of 18. And so I could use the birth date, that would be maybe today's date, and have it less than 18 years. And it would show me any student in my current selection being my seniors who are under the age of 18. So I could see using it something like that way, but yeah, I probably wouldn't just be, wide open looking for any student who was born on a certain date or before a certain date or, randomly, but it would be more for a purpose like that. So I think that's a good point you bring up.
Yeah, thank you for that. So some other helpful search functions is you can do some compound searches. So if I want to search for 9th grade students that are only females, I can go in and I can, again, you can grab your 9th grade students a couple different ways. I like to go in here and grab them this way. And then I can go back up here and I can choose the gender as female only. And I can add to that search, which makes it a compound search. And now I only have my 9th grade students who are females. So that's a really good way to, get just that small group of students that you really want to work with, like Stephen had mentioned before in that example. Another search that you can do is you can also use our field lists. So I'm going to clear out this search. And I'm going to search all students with, we'll just say with a disability. I do know that the disabilities have a number associated with them according to what disability they may have. So I'm going to go to my view field list here. And you're going to see all these different student field names that I can search for. If I start filtering on disability, it's going to bring up my state disability field name. If I click on that, I can choose my state disability. I know that those abilities, again, have a number associated with them. So I want to put anything greater than 0. So any of my students that have a disability, and I can search on that. And I have over 1,000 students that have a disability associated with them.
And that's because we said more than 0. So anybody with a 1 through whatever as a disability code is showing up here. So out of the thousands of students in our district, 1,081 of them have an identified disability for state reporting.
Correct. And then I can click into those students and, see what disability they do have, which, again, you may not have, access to these screens, but if I click into the student's state records, I can see that this student has a specific learning disability. She's associated with a disability number 10. Okay. There's lots of different numbers associated with those disabilities. This student has to her specific disability is disability number 10. So if I wanted to look up all of the students with just the disability 10, I could do that as well.
Yeah, and this at this point in the training, sometimes we get the question, well, how would I know which field to look for? And it's a valid question. How would I know which field to look for? How do I know the codes? How do I know that disability wasn't equals visual impairment, that it's instead equals number 4? That is something that's just going to take some learning, and something we failed to mention at the beginning of the training that I want to make sure we drive home at this point is your district leader in your district is considered your primary source of support. And those district leaders have gone through a similar training to learn fields, field values, and such. So if there's something that you're looking for and you say, well, I think there should be a student field for this, but I don't know what the field is called, you can use the view field list search, as Kim showed you, to find a keyword. That filter works very well. But sometimes it is difficult to know or guess at some of that. Your district leader would be a good resource, but also utilize the documentation Kim showed you earlier, because we have a lot of examples of these very fields that we're using as our examples today. And we are going to show you, so that with the disability code, eventually this morning, we're going to show you something that's going to indicate the different types of disability codes and what those results could be. Because some of these fields in their field values are yeses and nos, or ones and zeros, as in 1 equals yes and 0 equals no. So try not to get too caught up in, well, I don't know the values. That is something that we've had to learn over time. And again, district leader's a good reference point. The documentation is the PowerSchool help menu. If your district leader doesn't know, they can always put a support ticket into our team. And that's another huge part of Kim's and my job, and the rest of our core team here, is we're answering cases from your district leaders, because they can picture it as kind of like an escalation of a question. If you ask them a question, they don't know it, they would escalate that to our team. And that's the way our team operates. I just want to make sure everybody knows that there's ways to get that information, and we don't expect you to memorize the disability codes or all these potential field values for each of these.
Right. And I just wanted you to see where those field values are found. That way you would know what it is referencing. But yes, you are correct, Stephen. That would be, something that your district leader would probably know, maybe your EMIS coordinator that works, in the state fields all the time. They would know what those values are that are associated with those, with the field list. Going back to the field list and kind of along that same line, you'll see that there's different fields starting, with different letters. So these S fields are state fields. So this is what they use for state reporting. A lot of these fields they use for state reporting. If you navigate on down, you'll see the U's, and these are custom fields, created mostly by users. So just so you know the difference, you when you see these values in these field lists, you'll know the difference of why those values are there. Okay. So looking through that field list, I encourage you, go through, do some of the searches of maybe some field values that you use every day, that you're going to be using every day within your position at your district. play around with those. That's kind of how we find, the things that we're looking for. Again, if there's something that you're not looking for, now is the time, or that you can't find, now is the time to ask that question. How do I search for such and such? So again, while we're going through these searches, this is the time to ask how I would search for those.
Do you want to give the example of maybe searching a medical alert or what type of alert?
Yeah, let's do that. So
right.
let's look up of somebody that would have a medical alert. That was actually my next search here.
Great.
So that's perfect. So I'm going to just put alert. That's what I'm going to filter on. And you're going to see there's all these different alerts that are noted here. I'm just going to go ahead and choose medical alert. And then I'm going to go back to that comparator. And if you look at your list that we have, that you should have pulled up, again, there's these comparator examples. I'm going to look for anyone that has a medical alert. So I'm going to use this does not equal. Some people call this hashtag, #, whatever you like. But it's the comparator does not equal. And I'm going to use the does not equal. And I'm going to leave the rest blank because I don't want a particular one. I want to see all of the students that have a medical alert. So if I choose alert medical does not equal blank, and I search on that, I'm going to get my selection of students who have medical alerts.
And let's show them where that found. So I'm sorry. That's where you're going.
Yeah. So I'm going to go ahead and go into that student. Obviously, I'm in the state pages, which is what I was on before. But you can see up here as an alert, if I click on that medical alert, it's going to show me what the student's medical alert says. So this student happens to be allergic to amoxicillin, and the alert never expires. So that has been set up on the alert side within the health pages of this student that she does have this medical alert. And again, all of those students, I don't know if you've noticed up here, but every one of those students in my selection will appear up here in this carousel. And if I wanted to see, the next student's medical alert, I could go to the next student, click on their medical alert, and that one is also allergic to amoxicillin. So just so you know kind of where that is found, that is a really good search that many people in your districts should know how to use. Just in case.
If your medical staff, your nurse or whomever needs to add a medical alert, which they do, they're going to find that at the emergency and medical contacts page on a student. That's where that information is entered. So.
Okay. Since we are kind of looking at those comparators, another comparator that I like to use to look up students is what I would call the @ or the wild card is what PowerSchool calls it. So if I want to look up, again, I can look up this several different ways, but I'm just going to start typing last, and it will bring up last name. And I know that I want to find all my students with the last name. I know that there's students with the last name Ton. I know I can remember, I can't remember the student's last name, but I know it ends with Ton. I can do an equals, and I can do a @ wildcard Ton, and it will bring up all of my students that have the Ton at the end of their last name. So I'm looking up last name equals wildcard Ton, and it will bring up all of my students with the last name that ends in Ton.
And you might be wondering, again, there's a valid question earlier. What would be the purpose of something like that? If I had a student or a parent leave, a student walk in and tell me their name, and I can't quite remember, but I know it ended in Ton. Or probably the more common use of that is when a parent calls and they and something cuts out in the voicemail message, and then you just heard the end of the last name. You could do your search to try to figure out who that student was that they were referring to. That's the way we've heard that used before. But it just You could also use the wildcard symbol for the start of the last name as well. If you know the beginning of the last name, but not the end of it, and you weren't sure, same way and same reasons.
Right. So you could do last name equals and say you wanted to look up J-O. And you could put that wild card because you want anything after J-O is a wild card, and it would bring up all of your students that start with J-O. So again, this is just another reference that I'm throwing out at you, but there's those different comparators that I just wanted to point those two out because sometimes those are a question about what they're really used for. So I kind of wanted to point those two out, but use those, go in and use those comparators and work with any searches again that you would use in your district.
I feel like the search comparator that we get the most questions about usually is that is not blank or does not equal. The hashtag or pound sign that Kim
Yes,
pointed
me
out,
too.
it is not equal to, especially when we use it with a blank, because you're just putting in the field value, or I'm sorry, the field name, and then the hashtag pound sign afterward, and then leaving the rest blank. So you're saying is not blank. Because what that comparator means is does not equal. So it is not blank is showing you the kids who do have something in the field, which I understand why that's confusing. It throws me off a little bit.
Exactly. Yeah, it throws me off every time. I have to really think about it, and but it's a useful tool when searching for students. So that's why we wanted to make sure we point that out.
Mm-hmm.
Looking up students that are currently enrolled, that's another good search for students. So if I want to, I can either look up view field list and do enroll, and I can do enroll status here, or I could have started typing enroll status if I knew, what I was looking for. And if I say enroll status is, say I want just all the students that are currently enrolled, I can do 0, enroll status equals 0, and I can look up those students that are currently enrolled.
By the way, the enroll status is an example on the comparators documentation that Kim shared earlier. So you can find what all the enroll statuses are. So 0 being active, 2 being inactive, -1 being pre-registered. I don't expect you to memorize all of these. 2 being transferred out. Those are all referenced on that card.
Correct. And I'll show you where at on that card. So if you go, oops, I'm sorry about that. If you go down to the very bottom after the comparators at the top, you'll see some enroll status, and it gives you that that kind of just a quick glance of what those mean.
Yeah, so you may be looking for pre-registered students in the spring, for example, for kids who are registering for the fall, and your enrollment person in your district has pre-registered them or maybe it's during the school year and that student isn't starting till the end of the month. They are pre-registered to begin on October 30th, and they would fall in the pre-registered status until their active date.
Another example would be maybe your preschoolers that are coming into kindergarten. A lot of people ask about that during the start of the year. I can't find a student, and they're coming into kindergarten for the beginning of the school year. That's another time that you could look. You might want to use that to look for your students. The enroll status equals -1, which is your pre-registered students. Any questions regarding those comparators, those few comparators that we looked at? I mean, we could spend all day probably going through each of the comparators and, all the different searches. But again, we want to make sure that you are looking up in this training environment what you think that you might need in your district.
Let's do one that includes maybe more than one field, because I think we should touch on the fact that when you're looking at the start page menu here and you click on one of those values, such as the grade level, let's say, or the gender, you're going to create a whole new search. So Kim, if you just click like one of the grade levels below the search,
Okay.
um,
And do a
and
compound.
yeah, so when Kim clicks on the ninth graders, that's her selection. But if she now clicks on F for female on that same line, it's going to clear her selection. Did you notice that?
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
it took away her original because anytime you click on any hyperlink on that menu, it clears your prior selection and creates it. It assumes you're creating a new selection. So there's a different way to do it if you'd like to do what we call a compound search, which is going to be multiple fields and field values into one search. So you can start with that menu, but you have to go through the view field list or typing in the field list to get your next selection. So for example, if you wanted to do all female ninth graders or something of that nature, that's just a very generic example. But just know that you can't click 9 and then F to get those students. You'd have to put in gender F to add. Now you see it added to your current selection. It started with grade level 9 and added gender of female to your selection to narrow down to 204 female ninth graders. And you could even take it a step further. You know, maybe you need to look for female ninth graders who have a medical alert. So here's where, again, we're going to do that does not equal blank. And now we have 70 female freshmen in our district that have a medical alert on them.
And your tiles begin to grow, and so that you can see those down here, which is I really like that too.
And then Kim, if you'll just take that a step further, let's do alert medical again, and then contains. I like that one. That's an example I always like to use. So we've already done a search for who isn't blank, but now alert medical and then space contains, and then just put the word nut, N-U-T, because that will cover peanut or walnut or you know, sometimes we list it, you know, depending on who the nurse is or the medical staff,
Mhm.
it is going to depend on how they've entered that in, right? Some say peanut allergy, some say nut allergy. Or tree nut allergy. And so now we have any female freshman who has a nut allergy under their medical alerts. There's 18 of them. So
Mhm.
probably more than you have in your district. But again, this is a scrambled train environment. So we need a lot of data when we're showing these examples. So this is maybe an uncommon number for this something this specific, but it could happen in a
And you
large
can go
district.
out even further. I mean, you can go on to many more selections, and you can get this down to some very specific things. So just remember that when you are doing your searches, you can continue to build on that initial search. So yeah, I'm glad that you pointed that out. And then, if you go in here, you'll be able to see that's the student that contains all of those things above. Any questions on those compound searches?
Any questions at all of anything we've covered so far?
So I do see a question. For the search for enroll status, can you search for multiple courses at once? Instead of just English 9, can you just add all English or multiple classes?
So we haven't yet talked about asterisk searches. So
Mhm.
the difference for what you're asking, and we will go through some examples, but I want to elaborate on this. So what we've talked about so far are what we call in PowerSchool static student fields. Those are fields that are set on a student that can be changed. For example, if a student is no longer on a disability, that number can change or can, be taken out if they're no longer on an IEP. A student who didn't have medical alert may now have a medical alert. So sometimes that status changes. It's still a static student field. So it's something that's set on a student that can be searched out. When you talk about enrollment, these are these are pointing to pieces within PowerSchool that are looking within different tables. So therefore, they're not static student fields. Some of these things can be searched, and we can go through some examples pertaining to what you're asking about, a student schedule, for example. What's a way that a student schedule could be searched, or what maybe a course they've taken or have not taken, what they're enrolled in, after currently, and that sort of thing. So when we were talking about enroll status earlier, that's a static student field because that's referring to school enrollment. So the fact that they're enrolled in your building, enrolled in your district. What you're asking about is course enrollment, which is a whole different table, and there is a way to search those things. So you can search by course enrollment. You can search by credits earned. So if you're at a high school, you can do that. So let's give you an example and see if we get close to what you're asking about. So Kim, do you want to show them the asterisk searches?
Yep. I was just going to go there next. So that's
Great.
perfect timing. So if you type in an asterisk here, you're going to see these student search codes that we have the option of using as well. So you can see that there is an enrolled in, a not enrolled in, not enrolled in period, which I think, counselors would use quite often, maybe not enrolled in period one. So you're looking for a student that maybe didn't get put in, a class in period one or so on. There's also currently enrolled in. So current cumulative credit hours would be something else that you would use. So do you want to try cumulative credit hours, or do you want to go right to the enrolled in, Stephen?
You can do cumulative credit hours and do like a greater than or less than, or
Less than
so if
15 or?
yeah, so if we were talking about looking for students, and do you want to go to the high school for this one?
Oh, yep,
Might
I
be
do.
you're going to get a
Yep,
lot of
thank you.
students in your search.
You're right. I don't want thousands and thousands and thousands.
Yeah.
We'll keep it a little bit better.
Yeah, so when we're talking to high schools right now when we talk about credits earned, right? So these asterisk searches are applicable to student schedules as well as credits earned. So we want to know who has less than 15 credits at the high school, and it's probably going to be quite a few because we're going to get all our freshmen and a lot of probably all of our sophomores and that sort of thing. So what you might do with this is you might grab all of your seniors and
I
then
was
say,
just
I
going
want
to
to
say
know.
that.
Yeah,
Just grab a grade level.
yeah, I think there's 1,700 kids in the building and 1,200 of them have less than 15. So um, let's try seniors only. So do a grade level equals 12, and then we'll sift that down significantly.
Yes, I think that's a
So
good idea for this.
so now, who are my at-risk seniors this year? Kids who don't have at least 15 credits coming into their senior year. It's October, and these kids need to get to 21 credits to graduate high school out of my building. But they have these 24 kids have less than 15 cumulative credits. So that's just one asterisk search example. We just call them asterisk searches. But what we're talking about is those basically things about a student that aren't static student fields, because that information changes, right? When they earn a credit at the end of the semester or the year, that information will change. It's not going to be a field value on a student, but it's information about that student that changes. Another great one, somewhat related but a little bit different, is let's do number of classes, Kim, the number 16. This is great for eligibility.
Let me clear my.
Oh, right. So within our high school, for eligibility purposes, what if I want to know who is scheduled in less than 5 classes? So we could say less than 5, and it's looking at their current schedules. Again, not a static student field, looking through student schedules, so it takes a little bit. And we do have 188 kids out of 1,700 in our high school that are taking less than 5 classes. Now, something to be aware of here is you've got some unique situations in your building, certainly, as we all do. We have kids that go to the Career Center or they take CCP courses at the college or within the building, or they're doing, Apex courses online. So this is simply looking at what's on their schedule. Now, technically, everything that the student is taking should be reflected on their schedule, with the exception of a student who goes to, say, a career center, because the career center report does their own state reporting for your students. So most often, if a student goes to a career center, we would just say like career center holding course. So the system is going to acknowledge that as only one course in that example. So keep that in mind when you do a search such as this. But if you're in a middle school, or if you have only your traditional students selected, so it may be in your best interest, and we'll get to save searches after a break in a little bit here. But it may be in your best interest to save a search of all of your, I think currently active students would be the wrong language to use here, but all students who attend full-time in your building. If you have that stored search or saved search of all students who go to school full-time in your building, and then you can run this search on top of that, then you're truly looking at students in the building who have less than 5 classes scheduled. So again, it's truly looking at enrollments in the current terms in your building. So go ahead and click on that first one, Kim, that first kid as our example. And then we're going to go to their courses and programs, and list view is fine, list schedule view. This is the one I prefer when I'm looking at a kid's schedule. And this is a perfect example. It didn't get any better here because this is the kid who's going to the career center. So I wouldn't want this kid in my search, right? I wouldn't want the kid who is going to Delaware Area Career Center full time, because obviously they're taking care of him over there. He's fully scheduled, and he doesn't really count in my kids that are not fully scheduled. Another good one to use, let's go back to the start page, and let's do that not scheduled in period. So speaking of kids who are not fully scheduled, this is a popular one in the summer and leading into the new school year. Let's do not enrolled in period.
Yes, that is a really good one.
Yeah, and go ahead and plug a =1 in there. And so what I'm looking for is a student who doesn't have first period. First period is the period of our day that we use for daily attendance. Therefore, every student who attends in my building needs to be in a first period course. And I currently have 161 kids who are not in a first period. That would be a problem. I hope you don't see that in your home district. But again, depending on the way you're doing things, maybe second period is your daily attendance. Maybe there is a period called HR for homeroom, or 0 period for is what you use for homeroom. So those are kind of things to keep in mind. What I really want to point out here, and this may be kind of a deeper conversation that we can dive into if you're interested, or you're curious, or or you need to know more, is that this search that we're using right now looks at the internal period ID number. And what I mean is, if you've changed your period names, if someone in your district relabels periods, I gave HR as an example, maybe period 1 is actually called HR in your building. But when you use this search, you still have to use the internal number of 1 to find the kids not scheduled in that period. So Kim, can you go to school management? I want to show you all where that's found, because we're talking to the majority here are counselors, and a lot of you work in scheduling. I think this is good to know. We're going to look at scheduling and then periods. This is how the periods in our building is set up. So note that we're using internal period number 20, but we're calling it name as 0. So maybe that's what we're using for homeroom. It doesn't matter. You can call that period anything you want. I could call it HR, I could call it ATT for attendance, but the internal system, PowerSchool, still calls it period 20. So if I wanted to know who wasn't in a 0 period, I'm actually looking for who's not in period 20. And that's what trips up a lot of people when they're using that search. Again, I'll go back to my earlier example of a period 1. I may call that HR. So on everything that I look at as a counselor and everything that students see of what they're scheduled in might say HR is the name of the period, when in fact that's period 1 internal. So that's usually the only time that that internal period number comes up for a counselor or support staff is if you're doing that search. So I think that was important to point out. This is a page you want to be familiar with, because if you're curious about, if you don't do the scheduling in your building, or maybe you do and you're new to that process, this is one place you'll want to reference to see how your class periods are set up. And you may also be wondering, and this is a topic we can dive even deeper into when we get to scheduling season and do those scheduling trainings. Why would someone have 22 periods in their day, 22 slots of time? But that's something we don't want to get too deep into today. But you may be wondering that, and there's a reason that something that some schools would set it up that way. But yeah, use that school management menu and then scheduling menu within school management to look at some of those pieces, like how your periods are set up, how your bell schedule is set up, how your calendar is set up, because all that factors into how a student is scheduled in a building. Thank you, Belinda. We're going to go back in a moment here to some asterisk searches. So looking at student schedules, because it seems like that might be a point of interest. Thank you, Darren. And somebody asked earlier how do I search for students maybe in an English 9 or English course. So the key to this next search we're going to talk about is that you have to be familiar with your course numbers. And that's always the tricky thing for me in this train environment, because sometimes being, again, scrambled data, they don't make a whole lot of sense. If I were to search all my seniors to see who has not taken algebra, for example, I'm probably going to get a lot more students than I hopefully would in a real district with real data, right? The other piece I want to point out here is if you have multiple versions of an algebra course, that's where things get a little sticky in this next search. We don't recommend that, but sometimes it is unavoidable because, again, when we talk about state reporting or what courses have to show and how they're set up, you may have different types of algebra courses, truly. But whenever can be avoided, we recommend creating the course at the district office level, making it available within the buildings in your district it needs to be. So for example, if you have a middle and a high school and you have a standard Algebra 1 course, it truly would benefit you if the 8th graders in the middle school and the 9th graders in the high school took the same course, if it's for the same amount of credit and has the state reporting parameters as well. So again, there's some exceptions. I know there's other, maybe a more standard type of algebra 1 versus an advanced algebra 1 type course. So there are some exceptions to that rule. So Kim, let's try let's go back to the start page here and grab our freshman class, our freshman students, and then let's go to that asterisk search. So somebody asked earlier for an example of making sure my students are in an English 9. So in the quick moment I had on the break, I did have time to look up what our algebra class is called. So I'm going to use algebra as our example, but the same would apply for English 9. If I have all my freshmen selected and I did a not enrolled in, so that number 14 option there, and not currently enrolled in and not enrolled in do the same thing in this next thing I'm going to show, this next piece I'm going to show you, because the currently is looking in the current term is all that pertains to. So we're going to use the not enrolled in, and if you plug in, Kim, if you plug in an equals and then the course number, again, you have to be familiar with your course numbers, is 2 ALG1, and that's how I'm going to find out all of my freshmen who are currently in my high school but are not enrolled in that specific Algebra 1 course. So half of them. And again, you might have more than one Algebra 1. So maybe you have an advanced course. Now, I don't have a list of course numbers in front of me, but I could then make it a compound search if I had that information, and I could say not enrolled in. I could do the same search, not enrolled in, and I could plug that advanced algebra course in as a course number, which I don't know all the course numbers in our train environment, but I could plug that one in, and then it would once again find me anybody that didn't have regular Algebra 1, that's on my list here, 215 freshmen, and it would tell me who out of that selection doesn't have the advanced Algebra 1, and I could go from there. If I have 3 different types of Algebra 1s, you can see how they would be compounding that search to a smaller group of students, right? But I hope that's helpful. I want, for the person that asked, I'm hoping that answered the question. If not, please feel free to take yourself off mute or add it to the chat. Is that kind of what you were looking for in terms of finding a student who doesn't have a certain class? Unfortunately, with this particular search, some of these asterisk searches, it doesn't like the contain, because I would love to say not enrolled in contains ALG, but that doesn't seem to work with these asterisk searches that I can find. But that would be very convenient if it did.
Okay, so does that answer your question then? I believe it was Megan.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Maybe she isn't quite back yet or something. Okay.
All right, then we're going to move on.
So we'll move on. Okay, so the last thing that I'm going to cover for right now is I did want to go over the enrollment summary on the student, because I think that that's important to counselors as well. So on the left menu, if you go to school enrollment and enrollment summary, you will see a summary of all of the students. Well, right now we have a current selection, but if I go to all my active enrollments, I can see a quick summary of all my students that have that are in each grade level here. I can see the total number of students, and I can see the ethnicity on each of these students. So if I click into the number of students in the grade, it's going to give me a menu where I can also filter on each group that I want to look at. So if I only want to look at my female students, I can do that from here. I can make those students my current selection, which is really nice from here if you're searching for students that way. I can also add students to a current selection. So if I have a selection already brought up, and I want to just add these students to that, I can do that from here. And I can also just filter by my male students. So by gender and by ethnicity, I can do that from this enrollment screen. I can also click on my grade level 9, and it takes me to a little summary chart of just my grade level 9, which shows the ethnicity enrollment by ethnicity. So that might not be pertinent to something that's specific that you need. Probably that's more for state registrations, but I just thought that this enrollment summary would be important if you were looking up students, specific male or female students within a certain grade. And that's just another way, again, to search for these students. There's so many different ways in PowerSchool to search. You can also just search by date as well. So you can look back at a previous date and see if the numbers have changed, if you've gotten new students, if you've got newly enrolled students, and how the ethnicity has changed there. But mostly you'd be looking at these student numbers, the total in each grade. So I just felt like that is one screen that I thought was important that, that counselors may use as well, and another way to search for those students. All right.
Yeah, that can be a really useful screen to get a certain selection of students by, again, different values that they're under.
Correct. Okay. So I'm going to then let Steven share his screen.
Before you do, Kim, because
Uh-huh.
I already have mine kind of set up this way, can you, when you
Yeah.
return to that start page,
Yeah.
I did want to show them that power search add a field,
Oh,
and
yes, I
mine's set up a
forgot.
little bit differently. So
Okay.
if you want to
Yeah.
click on that, so
Yeah. So over here to our right, we have this power search add a field. I'm sorry, I forgot about that. I meant to
that's
do
okay.
that. And I'm just going to add, let's just add alert. That's a good field to look up. And you can see it adds this power search field to your start page. So it's adding a quick reference search to your start page. I hope that's a good wording for that.
Hmm. Yep.
But it adds that to your start page. So if you are looking for students with that medical alert, or any of those types of fields that you are looking for, if you bring up your students, it will quickly add that to your search line up here. So it will add the alert medical to there. It will give you that comparator equals, and then or does not equal, or there's several of them here. Does not equal. Actually, don't think it works in the blanks.
Right. It doesn't.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it does not
That
work in the blanks.
unfortunately.
This is probably not a great example, um, but
Right. You
you
know what?
can,
Try to add one, Kim, and do disability down where it says alert medical.
yeah,
I think
let's
that's a
do
good
that.
one.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, you're right. So I'm going to go ahead and add, and you can see if you hover over that plus sign, it's going to say add or remove a favorite field. If you add one here, it'll bring you back to that view field list. So let's go into that disability.
And there's a reason that I think this is a good example. There's something beneficial, I think, about that. So if you click on that disability, this is something that I have found. Notice that it populates your options there. And so I
Mm-hmm.
mentioned earlier when Kim was talking about searching the disability number codes and how nobody would be expected to know all of those. You're going to get a view of what each of those mean, and maybe be able to start getting familiar with the different types, and how they're categorized.
Yes, I love this feature. And again, this is something that's just a little bit new, even to Stephen and I, but I love this feature. It gives you the options to choose from. And again, this is something that you can keep up if you are, continuing to search for students with disabilities. Make sure you use those power search fields, because then you don't have to, do an extra click into that view field list. It takes you right to that. Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Any questions so far about searching? I do see in our chat, um, so someone asked, we have classroom lessons. This is elaborating on Megan's question from earlier. We have classroom lessons and we'll go through certain classes and would like to print a list of students enrolled into any English 11 class, but it looks like we need to use another search other than the asterisk. Possibly, but let me make note of that, Doug, and we're going to find you a solution, because I think we do have one.
Mm-hmm.
So if you
You
give
too.
us a little bit of time, I think we can find something that will work for you. So it sounds like what you're asking is, there's multiple types of English 11 course numbers in your building, understandably, and you need a list of every student enrolled into an English 11 class. So I'm going to make note of that and find that for you. You're welcome.
That's a great
Go
question.
ahead.
Sorry, just a comment on that too. From my time in high school, another issue we had with doing that search was like also students in CCP courses.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know how those like look different in PowerSchool compared to the other ones.
Yeah, it would be similar to where that difference between, I have a kid in standard English 11, I have students in remedial English 11, and I have students in advanced English 11. Then I have some juniors who take CCP, composition, class. So what I would probably, the way I would start my search, just shooting from the hip here, I would start with my grade level equals 11 students, and then I would find a way to search through any kind of English course that a junior is enrolled in. And that's something I'm going to need a little bit more time on to find the quickest way to that answer. But yeah, I understandably, you have students that do different things for their education, whether they're taking a different type of English class to get that credit, or a CCP class, which is, just more and more common these days. I was in a building where half the juniors and seniors were taking CCP for their final English credits prior to this position. So we'll dig into that for you, get you an answer. Try to get our goal here is to lead you to the most, not only the most efficient way to do things, obviously, but sometimes you need a quick way to get to a group of students. And we understand that because you're wearing a lot of hats. And we appreciate you all being here today in this training, because we know that you're wearing a lot of hats and you have a lot of responsibilities back at your home district. It's a lot to ask for you to take time out of your day to be here with us. So.
And once you get those searches, and Stephen's going to go into this in a little bit, those searches can be stored and saved. And then that way you don't have to continue to go through the searching of, trying to find those students again. So, and I know he's going to talk about that here in just a little bit. So, yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. When you are, I see a question in the chat I want to address right off the bat. So Kim is currently in the Meta High School building. If you are in the train environment and you are at the district office, you're going to see district management on the left. If you are in a school building, you will see school management on the left side. So I want to point that out. That may be what's going on, because we have flipped between buildings, because we were showing you the difference between searches and pages in the district office versus getting down to an individual building. And we are going to, for the most part, spend time in the individual building. So from here on out, we'll be in the high school building, but wanted to make sure you knew there was different options if you were at the district office level. I know that there's several people in this chat, in this group, that will not have district office access. So when we talk about course management later in the training, for example, we do recommend that all courses created and edited are done from the district level, and we'll come back to that point. So there will be times throughout the training that will be returning to the district office as opposed to being in the school building, which is, I know, what most of us are familiar with. So for now, we'll be in the school building. All right, Kim, I'll share my screen now.
I'm really sorry to interrupt.
No problem.
So when you do the drop down, like from district office, we should be in high school right now?
Yep.
Okay. I only see district office and then graduated students.
And you're in the train database, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Oh. Okay. That is thank you so much for pointing that out.
Yeah. So let me go
All
down.
right. So Kim, we'll fix, so on our lunch break, we'll set about fixing that by the lunch break, and I apologize for that. That is very confusing, and that's my fault. I'm sorry. I created these user accounts, and somewhere I mixed it up and only gave you access not to the high school, apparently. So we'll get that fixed. And then once we get that fixed, we'll have you log out, log back in, and you'll have access to the high school now. But I apologize. I thought I gave you access to all the buildings. I understand why that's confusing. All right. And so, yeah, so some of the searches we're going to do will complicate that just a little bit for you, because we'll have a much wider group of students in the district office than we would in the high school. Kim, we're using, if you could look into that, Kim, we're using users 20 through, I think, 31.
Okay.
So,
yep, let me work on that.
Okay, thanks. All right. So let's talk about some additional search functionality and how to take this a step further. We've talked about some basic searches, some compound searches using different fields typical fields that we would search on students. I do want to elaborate on one piece that came up earlier. There is a customization that we have turned on, and I apologize you won't see this on your screen because it's only available in the building, not at the district office. But um, this may be some functionality you really want turned on in your district. This is an outside customization. When I say outside customization, I mean it doesn't come with core PowerSchool. And Meta, our company's developers, did not create this customization like a lot of these. But what we found is that the schedule search could really be beneficial. This schedule search is going to do what that not enrolled in period number did for you earlier. So I'm going to click on here, and I can now, using this customization feature, I can choose which which period a student doesn't have a class in or has a conflict in. In other words, a conflict would be more than one course in the same period. And again, this is probably especially relevant for the beginning of a term. So if I was looking ahead to semester 2, let's say, I'm going to take away semester 1. I want to know in the year or the semester 2 who doesn't have a period 1. So I'm going to do that. I want to know of all my students, all 1,700 students in my building, who doesn't have a period 1 class either as a year-long class or in the second semester. And then down here on my two options are find schedule holes, in other words, not enrolled in a period, or conflicts, which is a different thing, which is going to say he has more than one class scheduled there. So I'm going to do a search here, and it's going to pull up a list so it's going to make that my selection, 173 students. And I'm going to go, I think we've used this first student already as an example, so I'll go to the second one. And this student isn't scheduled into a period 1 course for either first or second semester or a year-long class, so he's going to have a gap in his schedule. And this is a good time for me to show you this. This may be something you're all familiar with, but a real helpful view, and we'll come back to this later when we get to the scheduling piece this afternoon. A real helpful view here is the matrix schedule view to look at holes in a student's schedule. Because when I look at his schedule here or her schedule from this view, I can see where she doesn't have classes versus when she does have classes in her schedule. And if that's acceptable, she's in CCP classes several times throughout the day. There's probably a reason a student like this is missing or has some gaps in their schedule, but that may be of concern when you pull up a group of students and someone doesn't have a first period. Again, in my example I used earlier, maybe daily attendance is taken in period 1, and therefore every student would need a period 1. Now in this building here, we do have a specific attendance period. So it would be more important to me in this building, for the purpose of daily attendance, that every student is enrolled into a attendance period or 0 period. All right, so I'm going to get rid of that selection here. And next, we want to talk about stored searches. So Kim mentioned this earlier. There are going to be a lot of times in your position where you need a quick and easy button to get to the search of students that you needed. So you don't want to have to go through the compound search every single time to find certain information. You can build out those searches and save them in your stored searches. And this is how this functionality works here. And I'm going to walk you through some examples. So notice that I have no students in my selection when I'm starting. I also want to point this out because Kim had a slightly different setup on her screen than I do here. And that is we have I have the alphabet listed in my search. This was part of my manage profile settings. I turned that on in my manage profile to show that in my search, that I would be able to search by all students with last name beginning with an A, or all students beginning with a last name N. All right. So if I knew, if I just needed to get to that point in the alphabet, I could do that. Some of you counselors have students assigned to you by last name, and so it would be very useful to be able to look at, any student who has a last name of N and beyond, for example. So these are my Nelsons or my N's through the end of the alphabet here. Everyone including N and beyond. Another way I could do that, I could utilize that, is to have a last name is less than and a last name is greater than. So last name prior to BU, let's say after BU. And then I could do a last name is less than, let's say, N. So I've got my Campbell's through my letter M in the alphabet by doing that. So it's another way to sift down your search, kind of using that alphabetical idea in your building. Again, this is going to be directed toward a counselor or a school who's organized in terms of who's responsible for which students by the alphabet. Some of you do it that way, some of you do not.
All right. I'm not trying to interrupt you, but I wanted to let everyone know that they should have access to all the buildings now.
Okay. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Kim.
Yeah, you're welcome.
So if I could ask you all to log out of Train02 and then log right back in, and we're so sorry about that, but thank you, Kim, for fixing that. If you just sign right out and then you sign back in, then you should have access to the high school. And if someone could confirm that you're seeing what you need to see now for the high school. Oh, thank you. All right, great.
Great,
Kim. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Darren and Melinda confirmed. Okay, so back to stored searches. That's where I was headed next. So I can go to stored searches now, and I'm going to have a list here. You'll see it in our train environment. You may or may not see a bunch in your home environment. These are public stored searches. In other words, if you create a stored search here, everyone that has an admin login for that environment is going to see it, and for better or for worse. So, and what I mean is, anyone can also edit these, which is why it may be for the worse, because you may have created a 10th grade IEP search, and I'm going to go into it as our example in a moment here, and someone can go in and change that search on you. So it's change the search parameters. So what we do sometimes, what we like to recommend, is the first thing I might do is just go ahead and put my initials on here. That's my search. You can use it, but please don't touch that search. I mean, you could really do not touch. I don't know, whatever you want to say. You don't have to do any of that, depending on, your users better than I do, your fellow users. But sometimes we like to put the initials on the top. That does two things, actually. That's like, hey, don't change my search. I use that one. But it could also be, oops, that search doesn't really work the way I have that set up. Maybe I put, and there are some in our examples here that are set up wrong, that aren't netting any results. And so that would also give an opportunity for someone to come back to you and say, hey, Stephen, that search doesn't work. Can we modify that, or would you like to modify that to make it something that will work for us? So so when I submit with my initials on it, it does change where it appears. And now I can go down in alphabetical order, so numerical, then alphabetical, and I can find any search that has SP at the front of it, I know is my search. So we have some examples built in from our scrambled database, and you will see that we have groups of special ed students by grade level. So they've probably used that disability search like I used earlier for mine, 10th grade IEP. We have names of counselors is what I'm assuming here. So Mr. or Mrs. Stevenson has their students in grades 10 through 12. Anytime that you want to see how this is set up, and if you do need to edit it, and if you kind of own that stored search and you need to edit it, you can click into here. You'll see some very old data. These can be deleted. If you've been around 8 or 9 years or more, you may remember the year in Ohio we had the park, the 1 year. So there's some references back to some days of old here. Maybe you'd want to delete that one. Maybe, you know, what are these blanks down here that so nobody named these? Maybe those need to be cleaned up or deleted. Maybe those don't do anything for us anymore. But this is a way to store a search like what Kim showed you earlier. So I'm going to go back to my IEP example. And so I'm going to find my initials here, SP, 10th grade IEP. And now that you have access to the high school, I would encourage you to go ahead and create your own search based upon some of the examples we provided earlier while we're looking at this. So I'm going to click into here. In my description I gave was 10th grade IEP. So I know that I need, and by the way, if you're adding multiple searches, so what we call compound search, we can put them on separate lines. And then if I needed to add anything to this, so let's say that I'm responsible for, as a counselor, one of my special populations is the 10th grade students that are on an IEP. Or maybe our intervention specialists have responsibilities to groups of students based upon grade level. So maybe this is, I'll use the same name I saw earlier. Maybe this is Mrs. Stevenson's group of students that she is responsible for. She's my intervention specialist, maybe, not my counselor, but I need to be able to access that group of students at a certain time. So any student that's in the 10th grade that has a disability code, right? Because it's greater than 0. So they must have a number 1 through 13 or 14. I'm going to go ahead and submit that. I didn't add anything, take anything away. I just changed the name again. And now the most valuable piece of this, of course, is going to be the run search function. So any student in grade level 10 that has a disability code, or as we say on an IEP, I'm going to click run search. So within the high school, I have 54 students that are in the 10th grade that are on an IEP identified with the disability code. All right. And this is something your district leader can set up. This is the way our train environment is set up. This isn't very common, to be honest, to have the disability status identified right on the start page. But that's the way that our database is set up. So again, not very common, but your district leader can customize the view, the column view on here, and you don't want to overwhelm your start page by having 8 different columns, but you know, we'd recommend a few. Grade level and student number are going to be your defaults, and then they can add another one here if they would like. So that's why you're seeing that. So I'm going to go back to our stored searches and give some more examples here. Okay, I'm going to create a new one here. I'm going to say, I want to know who and I'm going to put my initials on here, who are my Career Center students? And I'm even going to get more specific. Who are my Career Center students in the 11th and 12th grade? So what I could do is I could do a grade level that's greater than 10. I could also do greater than equals 11, however I prefer. All right, I'm going to get to the same end result there anyway, to get my grade level. And then the next thing I want to look at is I need to pull that asterisk search of students that are enrolled in my Delaware Area Career Center holding course. So you saw that earlier, we had a student who had a holding course of periods 1 through 9 to identify him as a Career Center student. Right now I'm building a saved list. I want to save a list so that I can always access which students go to the Career Center that are in 11th or 12th grade. So what I'm going to do to remind myself here is I'm going to go back to the start page, and I'm going to look at my asterisk searches. And I'm going to do currently enrolled in. And so again, I have to be familiar with my course numbers in order to make this work. So I'm going to grab that. And again, I'm doing all this work here so that I can save this search, and I can save this search and I can plug this in so that'll make it easier next time for me. So I know that my course number for my Career Center holding course, the way I identify my students is that they're in a CCS holding course, and I can submit that. Now I've built my search, and I want to run my search here. So I'm looking for students in the 11th and 12th grade who are in CCS. Now I have 123 students in my building of 1,700 kids that are in the holding course for the Career Center. Again, only 11th and 12th graders I included. Now I could have just left it open, but I kind of wanted to show you the idea of that compound type search. Any questions so far on stored searches? I'm going to go through another example, but just want to check in with everybody here. So on my stored searches menu, you may have noticed a checkbox that you're not going to see in your home environment, and I'm going to tell you why. So I go back to my Career Center 11th and 12th grade. This right here is also a customization that we found. It's an outside customization, but it does work well. And this will put it personally on your own screen if you have this customization. So this is the point in the training that I'm once again going to point back to your district leader. If you see a customization in this train database, and this is part of the reason we want you to have access to this train database after today and after next week and beyond, is so that you can kind of look around and see how we have things set up here. And you can go to your district leader and say, hey, I would like this set up this way. If there's any way to get this customization, I would like to see that. So I'm going to check this box here. I want to include this search because it's something I use daily or weekly in my job. I want to add that to my quick search. Now when I go back to the start page, it adds it to my line here. Now as you can see, I could add multiple ones here. I have some real estate here to fill in if I wanted to. This isn't a real heavily used customization, but it's something that I found to be, if you work with a certain group of students frequently, and yeah, it saves you 2 clicks. I mean, so you can look at it that way too. I have all my stored searches hidden right here behind this link, but I could move that stored search right out here into my main menu and always have that available. So when I make that selection, it gives me the 123 students again. And I got my group functions screen here, but I can just pull back to the start page here. But that's what it will do. It will take you to the group functions screen or group actions screen, where you'll have all of these options. This group functions screen that you're seeing right now, and this is something we are going to get to in a bit here, is similar to this menu here. This is also what we call group functions or group actions. you will find there's places in PowerSchool you've already found, if you've ever used PowerSchool, that there are some pieces of PowerSchool there's multiple ways to access. And this would be one example of that. You're seeing the group actions here. And if you use that, that um, customization for adding your stored search to the start page, it's gonna navigate you right to group functions, just the way they design the customization to push you back here. Because it's assuming if you're making a selection of students that you want to do something with that group of students, right? All right, let's go back to stored search. Okay. So we haven't yet talked about another example of a category of students, students on a 504 plan. So let's touch on that real briefly here. The state field for 504 is OH section 504. The value is a Y or an N or a blank. So what this is saying is any student identified with a 504 plan, the value is yes. That will pull up your 504 students. So we're going to say Meta 5 because we're in Meta High School. And again, I could have added my initials there if I want to make this my own search. And I run it. And I have 200 students in Meta High School on a 504 plan that are, again, identified on their state screen to have a 504 plan. And again, I can, if I own this search, so to speak, not only can I put my initials on it, but I can also add or take away from it to that search. So maybe I want to get a little bit more granular in my search. Maybe I need 504 students. Maybe my serviced population, my special population of students are the ninth graders who are on a 504 plan. So I could add that to my search and so if I don't want to add these to my start page, by the way, here's just a quick tip, a trick this is more of a browser tip, but it works in PowerSchool just as well. If I do a Control F on this screen and I search for 504, I'm going to come across the places on this page that has 504. A lot of people don't utilize this as much as maybe we should, but we recommend it in scheduling all the time because we're working with mass amounts of data when we do scheduling. So we do recommend when looking through courses and things like that, utilize that Control F. Again, this isn't a PowerSchool function. This is a browser function, or in general, you can obviously use it in Microsoft Word and Excel and things like that too. But just don't forget this exists in browsers as well. So I search for my 504 students. I'm going to run that search. We're going to get a different result now, potentially. Oh, I must have not saved it to the ninth graders only. But yeah, so 200 students with the 504 plan here. Any questions about stored searches or adding them to my screen here? This one here where I added it is a new customization to us. We just learned about that recently and I really like it. Again, it's made by a different company, but it seems to work well. And so your district leader is responsible for whether to install these outside customizations into your district or not. So you can, give them the login to Traino2 if you want, or they can ask us for one, and they can check it out to kind of sneak preview it if they like to see some of these things in their own environment. All right, let's talk about the difference between stored selections and I'm sorry, stored searches and stored selections a little bit. So stored searches are going to be the type of search that it looks at the search comparators and values. So the example we used here looks like somebody created that. This is great. It's looking at which students qualify based on the field the field value, and the comparator. So there's three different pieces to any search, and there's those three things: field, comparator, field value, right? So any student at any point who falls into that category will come up in this search. So if a student is taken off of his or her 504 plan, or a student tomorrow is added to a 504 plan, and it's identified in PowerSchool that way, they'll then come up in this search. Additionally, just as our other example, if you enroll a student into that CCS holding course for the Career Center, then they will then populate in the search when I search for whoever's in the holding course for CCS. That's where it varies between stored searches and stored selections. Stored selections is going to be a specific group of kids that does not change until you change the amount those students in the search. What I mean is the stored searches is looking at ways to identify students and pulling up whomever's identified that way. All right, but let me just take you through an example. Let's say that I have these 6 students, and notice what I did there is I selected by hand. I checkboxed the kids I want in my selection, and I updated. Just another way to get a different group of students. And so now I have 6 different kids in my selection. These are 6 students that I check in with as a counselor from time to time. Maybe they're assigned to me, or maybe they're my high flyers, regular visitors, whatever you want. So I have 6 students who I want to check in with from time to time, and I have them in my selection. They're not a stored search because there's no way to, there's no qualifying, there's no quality about all of them that it's exactly the same. But I pull them up in my selection, and I want to save these 6 students into a selection. Now, stored selections are also different in the way that these can be made specific to your account or private to your account. You don't have to share these publicly, so that whenever another user in your admin portal goes in, they won't necessarily see your stored selection. So these are just students that I work with, that I check in with once a week, or just try to look at their grades, their attendance, and make sure they're on track and things like that. So I'm going to go to my stored selections here. And I'm going to call them weekly check-in. So these are the kids I try to check in with weekly. Now, the main option I want to show you here is that I want to save the current selection with a new name. 6 students that I've chosen that I work with weekly, and I'm going to save that selection and just call it weekly check-in. Again, this will be specific to my account here. I am going to submit, and now I have them on my list. The other piece of this I want to show you is the published or not. Published does mean it's public for other admin users. You can choose to identify groups of students and share them out to other users or not. So what I could do is I could checkbox this group that I've created, and I could make it public by clicking on publish, and then I could submit. If I no longer need a group of students, I could also delete all checked sections. So maybe I no longer need these. I see in this district, they have these groups of students who arrive in different periods of the day. That's a creative way to use this. Just be aware, just a caution here, that your selection stays the same. So if this student was suddenly enrolled, if a student in this selection here was suddenly enrolled into a period 1 course, she is still going to be in the selection because it's a selection I've already created, and it doesn't change based upon any qualifying factors about the student. So just be aware that these are static groups of students that I've made selections of. These are not looking at any kind of search parameters and field values on the student to identify them. These are specific groups of students that I've chosen or someone else has chosen and published to put out there. When a student withdraws from your district, they're still going to be in your selection here if you have them in your selection. When a new student enrolls and you need to add them to your selection, you do need to create that selection, including that new student that you want to add to them. So there are some slight hiccups with this functionality, but it could be good if you just have, I always like to use the example of I had an advisory group in the district I used to work in, and our principal assigned every staff member, teachers and counselors, all certified staff, to a group of students. So maybe I have 6 students that I'm assigned to. I need to keep up with on their attendance and their grades, disciplinary issues, and just check in with them, make sure they're doing okay. Maybe I meet with them as a group, maybe I don't, but I always have this search saved. So I'm going to use a different one on here just to kind of show you. I can select this group of students over here at any given point. So if I need to select the 24 students who arrive in period 2, I can select them from there. Now I have my 24 students. It looks like they're all in the 11th or 12th grade in this case. But that wasn't part of the search again. It was just whatever students I had selected and created that search out of, or somebody else in my district did that, my building. So those are static groups of students in the way that they don't change when their status changes, let's say. It's just a group that has been picked out. Those are usually, I would think of these stored selections as something you'd use within a school year and not year to year, right? Because the group of students who arrives in period 2 is going to change next year. So next summer, year from now, that's going to be a different group of students. So this will no longer be relevant. So I may come in here and just delete that group once I'm done using them, or it's no longer relevant. All right. Or if I no longer use my weekly check-in, maybe I delete that group. But in this case, maybe I want other admin users in my district, my building, to know which students that I work with that I'm assigned to. So I could submit and make that public. Then I'd probably put my name on here. Do that too. You can edit the name. Any questions so far about stored searches versus stored selections? So again, the key to this part of the training here is getting the group of students that you need in the quickest, most efficient way and being able to access that group when needed at a later time. Okay. Another function I wanted to show you is the multi-select. If you're not using multi-select yet, today's the day to start using multi-select. If you have a group of students that's identified outside of PowerSchool and you want to create a selection of them inside of PowerSchool, or you just, you have the most common way to use multi-select is another staff member shares a group of students with me and tells you they need something done with this group of students. They need them all enrolled into a certain course or an attendance period class, or they need something changed about them. Maybe you want to add something to identify them on here. Maybe they all need a specific field value changed, which we'll talk about changing field values later on in the training. So we've talked a lot about fields and field values. There is a way to change those en masse. So keep that in mind. It can be a dangerous tool, but it can be a helpful tool if you're using it correctly. So let's talk multi-select first though. So multi-select is a way to get a group of students identified by one of these field values. So this is a customization as well that you'll all have in your district. It's already turned on for you. And the best use of this is a number. So there's different numbers to identify students in PowerSchool. You may or may not know. The student number is the local PowerSchool identifier within your district, whereas the student state ID stays with a student regardless of where they go to school. And as long as they're in the state of Ohio, they're going to have that same student state ID. Student ID here is the internal number in PowerSchool. Most of you will never use that number on a student, but you may need it depending on what you're doing. There's some background, I'll call them background functionality that you might, if you're mass updating student information, you might need that. Probably none of us here are going to be doing that to use the student IDs, but just know that these are different numbers. So the student number here that it's referring to is the field student underscore number. That's the example we're going to use here. And I want to show you what I have on my other screen here. I'm going to pull this over. So let's say another staff member in my district or my building has shared a spreadsheet to me. And you can see this kind of your behind the scenes view. This is my example group of students I use for a lot of the things and a lot of the trainings that we do. So at some point, I did pull this data out of PowerSchool, but anybody in your building or district that had a group of students that as long as they had the student numbers identified on them, if they send this to me, I can copy that group of students out of the spreadsheet and I can paste them in here. And notice that I have, this is a default, include inactive students. Now I could uncheck that if I wanted, or I could keep it. Include inactive students is going to, even if the student's no longer in my building, maybe they've transferred out, maybe they've graduated, but this is going to include the inactives if I leave that turned on. So this list has been shared to me, and I'm going to hit search using that group of student numbers, and I have 15 students. My caution about this function is that if you have a student number wrong, or whomever provided you that data had the wrong student number in there, or a student number that doesn't exist, it's not going to necessarily, it's not going to tell you at all that there's one missing. So I'm going to verify that I was looking for 15 students. And with my header row, I have 16 lines, which means I do have 15 students. So I'm good. But the reason I point that out is if I only had a result of 13, then one of those numbers must be wrong. But the safest way to use multi-select functionality is a number. So numbers are exact. And if it finds the number, it'll pull up the student. If PowerSchool cannot find the number, it will not pull up the student. Another way to use multi-select, and this gets a little sticky, is one of these name searches. So if your intervention specialist or another counselor or an administrator or somebody in your anybody in your district gave you a list of students on a spreadsheet, you could use one of these searches. Just know that if your student named Robert is Bob on the spreadsheet, or Gabrielle is Gabby, then, or Daniel is Dan, then or Danny, then it might not pull onto this list. You could try the fuzzy search. Fuzzy is, I guess, what it sounds like. Fuzzy search is a way to it helps PowerSchool look for names that are similar. So if I use that fuzzy and I go back to my spreadsheet here, I'm going to hope to get 15 results here. Now, I will say in a trained database, especially with scrambled data, there's more than one Abigail Fake Adams. So when I search Abigail Fake Adams and Daniel Fake Bailey, it's probably going to pull up multiple results. So I'm going to estimate we're going to get more than 15 here. Another reason why it's good to use the student number search. Okay, it actually pulled up only 14 students. So maybe there is only one Abigail Adams in this building, but it found 3 different Colin Fake Schneiders. So that kind of demonstrates that example there. Another reason I would just use the student number when I'm doing multi-select, or if you're talking to a state reporting person in your district, your EMIS person, state ID is fine too, because there's only going to be one student per state ID. So I'm going to do this one more time here. I'm going to multi-select. I am going to plug in my student numbers. And I'll do this again throughout the training, where this is how I'm going to pull up an example group of students from here on out when I need a group of students to use. I'm going to plug that in. And now going back to my earlier idea here, I could make that my current student selection. And again, I'll call that Stevenson's IEP students, maybe. And let's even give it, it's her 24-25 IEP students. So I know that I can get rid of that after this year. So now I have 15 students that she shared with me, and I have them as a selection. So whenever I need to get a hold of that group of students, I can return to this page and I could select them here. So again, different ways to get groups of kids here between stored searches and stored selections. So far, we've talked about some basic searches, some compound searches, some different ways to utilize the start page search functionality. And we talked about the difference between stored searches and stored selections. We've used this view field list button here. We've talked about advanced searches without using the advanced search menu, because what we did instead was we just built compound searches via the start page. We've talked about the multi-select tool, which is again a customization you all have in your districts. We've talked about the schedule search customization, which you will not have turned on in your districts unless your district leader chooses to turn that on, if that's going to be a benefit to you. Talk to them about that. And then again, here are just some examples that we added from our stored searches to our main menu here, which can be unchecked to take them away or checked to add them here. What questions do we have so far in the training? It's about 1:45, so we got a little bit more time. Want to get in 1 or 2 more things before the break for lunch, but what questions do we have so far?
Maybe everyone's just using that multi-select, Stephen, and playing with it. That's why they're not answering.
They're all creating stored searches.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The multi-select will change your life.
Yeah. Yeah. Again, our purpose here today is to get you get you the right students in your selection, get you groups of students quicker and more efficiently, more quickly and more efficiently, so that you can do your jobs quicker. Anything that you're thinking about, though, based on what we've covered? So before we go to lunch, we're just going to spend a little bit of time on I'm going to use my multi-selected group of 15 students for the next examples. And I want to just start talking about this group actions menu here. So the group actions menu has a lot of options, some of which you've used before, some of which you've maybe never used. And we're going to touch on some of the most helpful ones. We're not going through nearly this entire menu, obviously, today or even next week. We are going to focus on just a few of these that we think that you'll find useful in your daily jobs or things that you need to return to regularly. So I'm going to start right at the top for now. And I'm going to say mass print a student screen. This is a nice customization. Think about the different student screens. So when I have a student selected and there is a student screen I'm looking at on to identify some student information, this will get me, with the selection of students I have, will get me that same page printed for each of them at once. So again, these aren't reports that I'm printing. This is a student screen. So I'm going to walk you through an example here. And I have some options that I can utilize here. The one it's going to default to is my quick lookup, which we haven't talked about yet. But quick lookup, as I'm sure you're aware, is that student screen where you can see students' current grades and their current attendance within the school year. It's also the screen that students and parents see in the public portal. What they see as is called grades and attendance, but on your end, it's called quick lookup. It means the same thing. So I could use that one. I could pick emergency medical. What I'm going to pick up here is I could print their list view of their schedule. When we get to scheduling later this year, some of you might want to print what the students have requested. So there's some different things on here that you might want to print off for them, right? The one I'm looking for, I'm not seeing. Let's see. So we will go with. Okay. We are going to go with the list view of their schedule then. So if I just wanted a simple list view, we know there's also reports out there for that. But if I just wanted a simple list view of their schedule, I can click print. The more students that you have in your selection, the longer this function will take. So notice that it pulled it up in the background in the browser for me, and then it automatically went to my print, the print job itself. And I can get a look from this view on how that's going to appear. So if this is the view that I wanted to print out, maybe I'm meeting with this group of students and we're talking about their schedule. This is a way I could do it. I could also save it as a PDF, obviously. This is a browser function here, the way I have it set up, that I can save it as a PDF, or I can go ahead and print it. If I didn't want to necessarily print it, I just wanted a quick view of all these students on one page, I have that here as well. So I'm just kind of eyeballing their list schedule view. There's a lot of places in PowerSchool that PowerSchool doesn't really like the back button in your browser. Sometimes it works, sometimes it just errors out on you. But if you see the word back, that's a good sign in PowerSchool that that'll get you back to the prior page. Or using what we call breadcrumbs, sometimes you'll see breadcrumbs up here on certain pages that'll get you back to the prior page, but that doesn't exist everywhere in PowerSchool. The other one I wanted to show you here is attendance. So if I needed an attendance report of these 15 students, that might be another good, if I was talking to this group or I was kind of just trying to look over all of these students, I could get a look at their individual attendance for each. What days they were out, what times they were out, that sort of thing. So might be another good way to utilize this. So I would encourage you to play around with this. Whenever we're talking about running reports, It never hurts in your home environment. Once you get back to your home environment, PowerSchool, you can run all the reports to your heart's content. You're not changing data in a place like this. When we're talking about printing a report, running a report, none of this is changing data. So it's not going to help, or I'm sorry, it's not going to hurt. It's not going to hurt to just go through each one of these options, run it, and see what that looks like and if that would benefit you at all. The reason I hesitated earlier to use this one is because use this particular screen is I do know, although we'll talk about this screen in the training, I do know that in our train environment, there's no Q1 grades identified because there's no grades in our grade book in the train environment. So that's why we're kind of seeing some of the things that you wouldn't see in your home environment, where they're showing in the year or the semester, but not the quarter. But this is just, your quick lookup view. In your own environment, if you printed this page, you'd be able to see where the students stand. So I went to my students' parent-teacher conferences the other day, and our teachers pulled the reports for our students out of PowerTeacher Pro. That looks different. That looks even a lot nicer with a report on how my student is doing in their specific course. But if I was talking to their school counselor, she might go here and print me their quick lookup and just say, this is how your student is doing right now. Any questions about the mass print a student screen? You'll see down here that it's grayed out because I don't have any students in my selection, right? 0 is the student selection. Therefore, there's no group actions to take. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get a group of students, and I'm going to go back to what we talked about earlier using that multi-select. So I have multi-select student number. I'm going to plug in those 15 student numbers from my spreadsheet, as we talked about earlier, and populate that group of students. And now I have some options down here. This group actions menu, it used to be called the group functions on the classic menu. So if you're brand new to PowerSchool this year, then you only know this enhanced menu with the layout, the tiles layout here, and the pop-out menus. But if you've been around PowerSchool for longer than a year, then you know there was a classic menu that worked a little bit differently. And so this, what we used to call the group functions menu, in a lot of places, they're now calling it the group actions menu. So we've kind of updated our documentation to reflect that new language. So using the group actions menu, it does default back to the last action that I took with a group of students. So within my own personal account, the last thing I did was I mass printed a student screen before the break. So that's why it's defaulting back to that. What I want to show you now is we had somebody this morning ask about running reports. And we wanted to share with you one way to pull out student data with your group of students. So along the lines of the searches earlier, we were searching based upon student fields and upon certain values. Now we're going to pull that data out using those student fields, producing the values that go along with each of those fields. And let me show you what I mean. So I'm going to now show you 2 ways to pull student reports using my example 15 students here. And on this, again, I have a lot of options here on this group actions list, but I'm going to go down to student reports. And the 2 places I'm going to, well, really 3 I'm going to focus on for the next bit here are custom student list and quick student export, and eventually print a student report. Each of those do slightly different things. One is different, this one is different than the 2 others, but custom student list and quick student export is where I want to start. These are 2 ways to pull the data out on this group of students here, and I can customize it, which is why it's a custom student list. I can customize the data that I'm pulling out and putting on the report. So I'm gonna ask everybody here to click on custom student list with your selection of students. So we'll click on that. And just like the group actions menu, it's going to default back to the last report or the last list students, custom student list that I produced. So I'm going to go ahead and clear my fields. I can also undo the clear if I wanted to bring them back, but I do want to clear fields because I want to start from scratch here. So I have, and this may be what you're seeing, so all blanks here. So up top, it shows that there's 15 students in my selection, and I'm going to give it a title, but I don't have to. So I can call this whatever it is that I'm producing. So I have 15 students. Again, let's just, from the purposes of the example, let's say that we're producing a list of my students who I'm responsible for. They're my advisory group, let's say. I've been assigned an advisory group of these 15 students, and I need to pull some information about each of them so that I have handy. So I can call this what I want. I'll call it my advisory group. And there are two options on each line here. So what I'm doing is I'm producing a column with a field name and a column title. The field name has to be the exact field name that I want pulled, the data I want pulled. The column title can be whatever I want to call it. So the second option besides fields, and you see this is a hyperlink, the second option is contact data access tags. That's what you're seeing as DAT. That stands for data access tags. Data access tags are ways in PowerSchool to look through different information about a student that is not what I called a static student field earlier. So I'll give some examples of both. We'll pull some fields, a lot like what we've done earlier with our searches, and then we'll talk about data access tags next here as our example. So I'm going to click into fields because the first thing maybe I want to pull is the student number. So I can type in the word number to search the filter for any place that has the word, any field that has the word number in it. And what I want is the student number. Once again, I can label it however I want. I could just simply call it number. I could, you know, put a symbol for number there. I could call it student number, whatever it is that I want to call it. That's the advantage of this type of report versus the quick student export that I'm going to show you next, in that I can label the columns. It's like a nicer view that I can customize per the name, custom student list. I can customize this list to make it look the way I want it. I can give it a title. Regardless of what field I pull, I get to title it what I want over here in the column header. All right, so the next one I'm going to do is I'm going to put a name in here. And I know, again, this is just part of the learning the field names in PowerSchool. If I typed name, that would get me options for things like first and last name, middle name. And I could go about it that way. I could say last name, and then I could do first name separately. It just depends on how you want the information to display. But notice that the field for last and first name doesn't have the word name in it. So for a brand new user, that's a little off-putting. You would have to know that last first is the field for the value that pulls last first name. It doesn't have the word name in it, notice. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and pull first name. Maybe I need those separate. And maybe I would like the grade level. All right, so I'm thinking I want the grade. The actual field is grade level, but I'll just call it grade. So right now I'm going to get the student number. You know, a lot of us might think that, you know, last first would be the first value I'd want to see. Last name would be the first value I want to see maybe. But what I do almost every time is I start with a student number, and it's for the reason I showed you earlier. I always want to be able to return to my list and automatically pull that group of students back whenever I need to. So with every report I run personally, I like to pull the student number first or somewhere in the mix, somewhere easily identifiable to have that information handy, which is why every group of students I have selected, I go ahead and I pull the student number. All right. Thanks, Doug. So Doug said that this list could be helpful for PSAT and AP College Board testing because they require an electronic report with the student information. So it sounds like you pull the necessary fields, so they probably have a template that they want you to pull the data from. So maybe it's SSID, the state student ID number, maybe it's last name separate from the last first, and that might be a good reason that you'd need these separated. Maybe or maybe not, they need the grade level. And maybe there's some other student identifiers that the College Board would need pulled. And then you could, you could use this as an export to send to that organization to get your students registered for their test in your building. Absolutely. All right, so let's pull another, let's see, let's pull another one here. We will, let's say, maybe the alert medical, we've used that a lot this morning as our example, so I'm going to come back to it. So let's say whatever's in the medical alert field I want pulled. Maybe I just need that listed here on this report. All right, so the medical alert. Now, if they don't have a medical alert, it'll simply appear blank. But if they do, it'll say whatever's in that field there off of their emergency medical page. Now I want to talk about these data access tags. So data access tags, there's a whole host of them in PowerSchool that'll pull different types of information for you. And the contact data access tag specifically is what we're talking about here. So I'm going to click on contact data access tags here, and it's going to give me a little pop-up menu that helps identify what exactly I want to pull for this information. So I have some options here. For my contact, I need to tell the system what about that contact person I want to pull and which one I want to pull. So most of your contacts are probably identified with some relationship, and I could pull it that way. So I could say I want the mother of each of these students listed. But as we know, not everybody has a mother identified in PowerSchool necessarily. It might be a stepmother, it might be a grandmother, it might be a guardian that takes care of that student. So we've leaned a lot more away from selecting a relationship. And the example I'm going to give you is instead of choosing a relationship, you see this or. Instead, I could choose the primary contact, what I'm calling the primary contact to the meeting, or to the primary contact of the student, I should say. So I could select all, but they would note that if I select all and then I choose one of these fields, then it's going to pull the information for every contact into that same column. So I really don't want to do that. What I want to do is I want to take the primary contact, the first one listed. You can change on the contact management page per student who is listed first. And so whomever is listed first is probably what I would call the primary contact on that student. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pick the first contact and I'm going to say, I need the last first name of that contact. And by clicking on, by choosing a relationship or an order, and then clicking on a field name here, it's going to build me a DAT code. So build me a data access tag code. So let me click on here. This is going to look like, maybe a code that you're unfamiliar with. You don't necessarily need to know what this means, but just a little definitions here. So which person is one, category is looking at the demographics, and the value is looking at the last first. So what I'll say is again, I can call it whatever I want. So I can say primary contact name or contact name. Then I need a little bit more information on this report. So I'm going to say contact DATS again. I'm going to leave it set to 1, so it's the same person that it's looking for. And I want to know what relationship. Again, I gave some examples earlier. I may be a father to some students in my district and an uncle to others and a neighbor to yet others, or a contact some districts call other, just a contact. So I want to know how this primary contact is related to the student. And so maybe I want to pick relationship. And again, I can call this whatever I want. I return here. And then I think another piece of information that would be very useful to have if I'm looking at a list of my students and their contacts is the phone number. So I'm going to say phone. And maybe email's relevant. And again, maybe I want to identify contact phone, contact email, right? So now I'm polling, now the information I'm polling includes the student's number, their last and then first name, their grade level. If they're on a medical alert, list that for me. Maybe I'm taking these kids on a field trip, 15 students, I'm putting them on a bus, and we're going over to the Career Center this afternoon to check it out, see if that's something they want to do next year. But I need to know if there's any medical alerts, and I do need some information about each of the students' contacts before I get them on a bus. So I'm going to submit here. And we can see that it identified every student with the field values that I pulled here. Here are all the field values up until the medical alert. Some of these students have a medical alert, some of them did not. Everyone has at least one contact on them, understandably. In this unique situation, almost all of them had the mother as the primary, the primary contact was the first one listed, right? So it was their mother for almost every case, but it doesn't have to be. Could be father, stepmom, stepdad, grandma, grandpa, uncle, aunt. And then for whichever person it polled, remember, I always feel the need to remind everybody in this, using this trained database, that this is fake scrambled data. So the names won't necessarily match with the relationship type, nor will they match to the emails, which just proves that this is all scrambled. So I just took random email addresses and plugged in metasolutions.net for each of them, so you don't actually have anybody's email address here. And then put fake, because it scrambled up the first and last names. So it listed all that for me. Now I have a few options here. There's a reason that some members of our team call this the pretty list, because it is a really nice looking report that you can get from PowerSchool on the students that you need. So I'm going to show you a few examples. I could simply click copy, and you'll see that it copied those 16 rows for me. And then I have a blank spreadsheet over here. And maybe I just want to plug that in here. And I could keep source formatting or match the destination, which would be whatever the spreadsheet formatting is, and I could plug that in here. Now I have my column headers, whatever I put in there, and all my values. So that's one way to use this. Another way, which is very similar, is I could export it as an Excel spreadsheet. So my browser is set up to ask me every time where I want this saved at. So I could just say export my advisory. You'd want to give it a name. So my advisory students export. And again, this is my browser setting. Just show me up here where it downloaded to. I can click onto that, and I have a pretty similar looking report to what I had before. The reason we call this the nice custom list or the pretty list is because the headers we chose are what are gonna show here. So whereas in a quick student export that I'll show you next very briefly, you're not gonna have the opportunity to set what these column headers say. So I've always preferred this custom student list for that reason exactly, and that I have the options up here to export how I want. I could print it. That's pretty obvious what that does. But the last one I want to show you while we're here on this custom student list is a PDF. So once again, I'm going to say my advisory students report. I'll download it as a PDF this time, so not something I can edit, just something I need to have on hand with me when I get on that bus. And again, a nice list shows you what my list is called, which building it came out of, how many students are on this list. It doesn't number them, but it does tell you how many. If I had selected 30 or 100, well, I'd have multiple pages here. But now I have a list of all my students and the data that I exported for those students. I'm curious, is there anyone here who has not used the custom student list before? No? Well, good. I hope you're all using it. So I'm going to back up here. And I'm going to show you something you may or may not be familiar with. And this is another place where the PowerSchool doesn't really like the back button. It takes you to your student selection. So I'm just going to return to the start page and go back to my group actions menu. There is a way, and we can explore this further for those of you who are interested. There's a way to identify if you have multiple counselors in your building, which I think several of our buildings represented today do. Then you may want to identify which students are assigned to which counselor. And I can pull that information on this sheet here by plugging in, again, what is another DAT code. So the DAT code is counselors. Notice the asterisk here. And I'm going to click submit, and I'm going to add one more thing to this report. So once I did that, I see which counselor in my building is assigned to the student. And this is populating here because I've added these counselors to these students. So notice that I went to the beginning of my example group of students that I always use in my train database, and I went and added a counselor to those students. There is a way to add go to an individual student and add a counselor to that student. There's also a way in PowerSchool to mass add a counselor or counselors to a group of students. So I could have all of these kids selected, and I can add the same counselor or a couple of counselors to the student. And I can choose whether to replace their current counselor with the new counselor names or add to it. So if Mrs. Anderson was the counselor of all these students, and I need to replace all these kids, the blanks and the ones that had Andrews or Ruddick, then I could just simply go and mass add the counselor of Mrs. Anderson to all of these students. Is there anyone here who's not using that functionality right now to have a counselor assigned to a student? Maybe you're unaware of that functionality in PowerSchool. And it's also entirely possible that it's irrelevant because you only have one counselor in your building, right? Yep, exactly. Someone just put that in the chat. I'm the only counselor, so that wouldn't be a useful function. But if you had 4 counselors and you're maybe split up by alphabet or some other way, or I gave the example earlier of maybe special populations, like I'm the counselor who has alphabetically A through G, but I also have all special ed students on my caseload. You might want to identify which of my students so that information can be pulled up or searched? Okay, so several of us in the chat are the only counselor in the building, so great. Okay, and then it sounds like for one district, the counselors are listed there. Great, so we're using it. Yeah, and this is something, so if you have a district leader who's either attended our trainings before or just is aware of that functionality because they've dug in a little bit into the SIS, they may know about that already and have already taken care of that for you. That's excellent. And this may not be something that you take care of as the counselor. So even if your district were using that functionality, that's not necessarily something you're going to do. But I will say that one thing I want you to know today, though, is that when I go to select a counselor to assign to a student, every staff member in your building isn't going to be available to choose from on that list. It's specific to user role. So David, Kim, and Sally are my designated counselors in the building, which is why I was able to select them and put them on these students. So I am going to show you where that's done in case that information is wrong, or when you get a new student and you need to assign them to a counselor, or you notice that there are students who don't have a counselor assigned, excuse me, then you'll know where to do that at. So we're going to take a break from the custom student list here and pop over to the student pages. Notice what I did there. I did a right click on the school logo up here. Even if you don't have a school logo that's displaying in your own environment over here, it's still a hyperlink to the start page. And instead, when I'm utilizing a page in PowerSchool that I don't want to navigate away from, I'm not quite ready to navigate away from, what I like to do is I like to right click and open a new tab. And then I'm going back to the start page, but it's opening a new tab for me so that I'm not losing my work here. So I'm back to the start page. And I know you're all familiar with the student screens, but we may not know all these specific little pieces. So throughout the training, we will touch on some things that you may or may not have noticed before within the student pages. And that's one of the things I'm going to show you now if you're not aware. So I'm going to click into, let's go down to Isabella here as our next example. So Isabella, maybe she's new to the building. And from this menu here, this is worth exploring. If you haven't yet taken the opportunity, it would really benefit you to take a few minutes and go through each one of these, some of which we're going to touch on, some of which we're not in this training because there's a lot to cover. But I would recommend that you go through these menus, find out what's in each. Now, pro tip, something Kim showed you earlier, just going to touch back to it. Use the search menu. If you don't, you're working, you have a lot to do in your position throughout the day, and you wear a lot of different hats, we know. So your best way to navigate around PowerSchool is probably going to be your quick search up here. Just search the page you're looking for, and it does a pretty good job. But if you want to get to know the menu so you're familiar with what's available, because you may not know all the information available on each student or where to find that information, what exists on each page, it might benefit you. It will benefit you. I shouldn't say might, it will. To go through each of these pages and just look at what's available on each. So the example I'm going to give you right now is the modify info screen. It has a very generic name, admittedly, but it's a place that you'll want to look because there's some identifiers on this page per student that you may or may not be using in your district, but I want you to know what exists there. So right from the top, one of the things that's available here is the homeroom and homeroom teacher. You may not use any of that, and that's fine. Some of our districts do, some of our districts don't. In this train database, it looks like we're not using those because if we were, the customization is currently turned on that it would list all the options for homeroom and homeroom teacher that were available. So in your own home system, if you're seeing homeroom numbers populate and teacher names populate here, then you are identifying students on as their homeroom. This information is static to students, so it does need to be updated each year if you're using it that way. There are third-party vendors like like your library system. I know in the district that I used to work in, that's why we needed to keep this information up to date, is because that's how they identified students through the library system, was via their homeroom. So every semester, even, we had to update all students and which homeroom teacher they had. All right, so a lot of other information here, as you can plainly see. But what I wanted to show you down here is the counselors assigned appears at the bottom of the screen. And so if I needed to assign Isabella to, maybe she's new and doesn't have a counselor, or she needs, we're assigning her to a different counselor for some reason, I could come here and edit this for her. And I could deselect Ms. Ruddock, and I could select Mr. Andrews is now going to be her counselor. All right, and I can save that. And it's not going to be saved until I submit, because like almost every page in PowerSchool, will not save the information you're entering until you hit that submit button. So a little bit different than some of the websites out there that we're used to that saves as we enter information. In PowerSchool, you're going to need to remember that save or submit button, depending on what's available there. So I'm going to go ahead and submit there. And now Isabella is assigned to Mr. Andrews, not Ms. Ruddock anymore. And so when I run that report again, we're going to have, Isabella's going to show with the appropriate counselor that she is assigned to, because I just changed it. One other thing I want to show you about counselors at this time is that there is a mass assigned counselor, in that this is done in the group actions. So you can go here, and let's say that all of these students had the same counselor. There is a mass assigned counselor under student administration. And when I go here, I'm going to have a few more options available to me. So let's say that all 15 of these students were the same in terms of which counselor or counselors they were assigned to. When I go here, I have some options. Again, only staff members in my building that are identified with the counselor role, which your district leader will be responsible for, because that's a security role setting. Only those are going to be listed here. So I have some options down here, some assignment logic, they call it. I want to assign to students only the ones in my selection, 15 students, that don't have a counselor yet. Or do I want to replace whatever existing counselor they have, whether it be blank currently or not, or another counselor? Or do I want to assign as primary, or maybe I want to assign as secondary? So I'm going to say, maybe Miss Torrens is the career and academic advisor for all of my students. That's her role in our building. She's not going to replace the primary counselor, but she's going to be a secondary counselor. So I'm going to add her. Counselor assignment saved successfully. And when I go to that student's modify info page, so I'll pick a different kid this time. Now she is assigned to Mr. Andrews and Ms. Torrens. Mr. Andrews is the primary because that was the first one selected. I added Ms. Torrens as the secondary. So that's another way to utilize this functionality if and when needed. All right, so we're going to close out of here. We're going to come back to our reports now. So I kind of rolled two things into one there. I talked about the custom student list. I talked about the assigning the counselor to your students. Any questions out there about what we see so far? Okay. We're going to move on then. All right. Again, I'm going to go back to the start page to go to the next group action because I do want to show you this group actions menu here. So the next one I want to show you is the quick student export, which I'm not going to spend a lot of time on because this functionality is a lot like custom student list. We just went through custom student list, and now I want to show you the quick student export, which does very close to the same thing. So quick student export. Now this one is going to give you, again, it's going to default to the last settings that you used here. And it's going, what you're going to have to do again is place fields or contact data access tags here into the blank, into the selection here to pull the data you want to pull. The difference here is that you have unlimited fields that you can pull from. So we find that our state reporting EMIS coordinators use quick student export more than our general core PowerSchool users because they need to pull a lot of data on a student. The custom student list is going to limit you to a certain amount of fields that you can pull. You saw that on the page. Here I can put in as many as I need. I could put in 100 if I need. I could put in more than 100. And most likely, if I'm doing that on a regular basis, I have these fields saved somewhere, right? Maybe I have a document that I'm saving them on, and I can just plug them in whenever I need to pull that same data. Because again, this will refresh with whatever data you've pulled previously. Therefore, if you're pulling 60 fields on a group of students, and you know you'll need to pull that same 60 fields later on down the road, I would suggest copying and pasting this into a document, saving that document, and just being able to copy it right out of there, paste it back in here when you need it. So very similarly, when you're using quick student export, those data access tags appear a little bit differently on here. But let's go ahead and this time I will pull their disability status. And again, when we talk disability field values, we're talking about the number. So it may or may not be something that's real applicable to the position that you're in when you need to see disability codes, unless you have a handy list of what each one of those means. Maybe you want to pull their medical alert. Right. Okay. And then we'll say their primary data, their primary relationship, their primary contact. We'll go last first. Notice what this does. It builds you the DAT code, but on a quick student export, the DAT code has to look a little bit different. It has to have this symbol here and the parentheses around it, whereas on the custom student list, all you needed was the asterisk in front of it. All right, so I'm going to build one more of these real quickly. We're going to go phone number. It'll do that again. And then I'm going to, I think, let's see. I think that's good for now. I'll just go ahead and add, because we used the example earlier, it may or may not be relevant to you. And note that it is counselors, not counselor. I always do the surround fields on here. This one is going to directly download, and again, my browser's set up to give me a choice on what to name it and where to save it to. I'm just going to save it to my desktop, but I'm going to open it right out of here. And this is what I got. So again, different in the way from custom student list. I prefer custom student list if I'm working with 15 or less fields, which I almost always am, because this is going to default to that field name, not to whatever column header I want to give it. And I like being in control of my column header, and For any contact dat you use, it's just going to default to the contact_info, whereas I can name them in the custom student list. So we see which students on my list are on a disability now, just the ones with the numbers in them in the field, which ones have a medical alert, and then we got the contact info that we requested. And I have a counselor listed for every student now in my selection. All 15 of them have, some of them have one counselor, some of them have, you know, the one I identified earlier as the career and academic advisor that I just defaulted to. Any questions about a quick student export? Go back to the start page here. So I told you earlier that I'd talk about 3 different types of student reports for now that I'm pulling data about, and I want to show you where those are found as well. So back to our menu here, and we are going to go down to student reports, which is where we've been hanging out for a little bit here. And the last one from this list I want to show you is how to print a student report. Now, print a student report, it sounds like a very general or generic type of function, whereas this is really to pull certain types of reports. The primary way that you're using in your districts that are using this this screen here is either for student schedules. So this is where student schedules reside. If you use the PDF student schedules that are part of Core PowerSchool. Also, you can someone in your district can create letters. So attendance letters, disciplinary letters, those sorts of thing, information to send home that are form letters, but they can populate student fields for you. So for example, if there was a letter about attendance, an attendance warning, you could have a report that resides here that fills in, these are the 15 students I need to send an attendance letter home on. It will fill in the student's name and whatever other information about that student that you plug in based upon the field names that you provide. It will utilize those fields in the letter and plug in the right information per student, and it'll print you that report for every one of these students. So let's go to print a student report and talk through this a little bit. We don't use the web ID and password letter anymore. That's the report that was it is a letter that would provide them with their how to log into their public portal account. And since PowerSchool changed the security conditions on that in this last year, there's no longer a way to run a report of every student's password. So that's what some of these are. You can see some of that's looking at older reports here. These reports don't go away until your district leader hides them. Again, delete being the dirty word in PowerSchool, we're never going to delete them, but we could hide them from the building. So if there was, like this parent portal letter I don't use anymore, I could ask my district leader to go to the district office level and hide that from the building, and I would no longer see that. So that is an option. I do want to make a comment also about interims and report cards. So all of our district are now using the Meta customizable report card, whereas prior to a few years back, we were using these core PowerSchool report cards. And the report cards, they had the information, they have the student name and whatever other header that you wanted to identify at the top. And they had a list of the courses the student was enrolled in the moment, and whatever grade from the grade book was in there at the time would pull, depending on how you had it set up, either from the grade book or from the stored grade values when someone in your district stores your grades for you. But we now have a Meta customized report card. And what that means is our developers created a dynamic report card that has so much more functionality and ability to customize it based upon the school that you're in and the district that you're in. So your district leader helps make those decisions. If you have in your high school transcripts, those of you who work in high schools, the same thing applies to everything I just said about report cards. We don't use the old object report transcripts that are available in this menu anymore. We use the meta customized transcript. So again, transcripts, report cards, regardless of which we're talking about, they can be customized to the district. And in the case of report cards, to the building. So I would encourage you, if you have a say in your district about what that should display, should not display, how that should look, I would talk to your district leader. I would advise you to talk to your district leader to help make those decisions. So again, the primary reason we come to this page now are these letters that are available. Meta House Bill 410 attendance letter is a good example. This one was pushed out, I think, in the past couple of years to all of our districts. So it has an asterisk here, which makes it so whomever created it put an asterisk on it, and that made it appear at the top of this list of reports. And again, you may or may not be using these reports in your building. But what I wanted to show you here is the student schedule, because this is, again, the most likely reason you're still using these reports. So I can go to student schedule with Locker. And again, I have these in my selection. I have these 15 students in my selection. Now, if I had selected every kid in my building and it was, say, the beginning of August, and I wanted to print schedules for every student, I might want to print only a select few from the batch to make sure I'm printing the correct report and that the information that I want printed on them is printing. There are worse things, but one thing that you wouldn't want is to run all records for 1,700 schedules, let's say, run it wide open, and then you realize that there's something wrong, out of date in the header or the footer, or they're just not displaying the way you'd want them to. You need to go back and edit it. So in that case, I would recommend utilizing this functionality here. Maybe print the first 5 to see, to get 5 good examples of what that looks like. Now with 15 students, I feel pretty comfortable. I'm going to go ahead and print them all. Print all the schedules. You can choose in what order to print them. So whether they're alphabetical by student last name or by grade level, then alphabetical. Or when we used to do interim reports years ago on paper, we would say, all right, we're going to print them by whatever period 1 class they're in. Or maybe their attendance period, their 0 period here. So we saw earlier. As of this date, and it says, it defaults to today's date. But if, let's say, they were changing, it's the end of the semester or something, and they're changing possibly classes, that might be an opportunity to change that date. And you can use the little calendar icon to change that. But I'm just going to go with alphabetical, keep it simple for today. If printing student schedules, this will be just a couple of extra options that you have. Enrollment as of or actively enrolled. It does not include the drop courses. Typically, if you're printing a schedule, you would not want the drop courses, so I'm going to leave it set to the default. I don't really have a good use case for why you would include dropped courses on a schedule, but maybe there's a reason out there that you would, though, that I can't think of right now. Some less used options down here. This was more for, when you're sending a letter home maybe, or back when we used the transcripts out of these reports, something like that. Maybe for a letter, an official letter you're sending home, you would call it copy or put confidential, watermark text over it, and then you can choose the mode, whether it lays over top or it's a watermark on there. So you do have some options here, but I'm not, I probably wouldn't do that for a schedule. I mean, I guess you could do unofficial and a watermark. We'll just go ahead and do that. When to print. All right, I've used this in a building before, because when you print, especially a large report, and I'm not talking about a report on 15 students. Let's go back to that example from earlier when I had 1,700 students in my selection, and I need to print all of their paper schedules because open house is tomorrow and it's August, and I need a stack of everyone's schedules, but I don't want to run it during the workday while all the teachers are in the building coming in and out of the office and using that same copy machine. So I don't have to print it ASAP. I could choose at night, which will wait till the end of the school day based upon the bell schedule. I could wait till the weekend, which will wait until Friday, or the last day of school for the week, according to your calendar. So these options are looking at things like your bell schedule and the calendar you have set up in your building. Or I could just schedule a certain date and time. Maybe I want it to print today, and I'm just going to go ahead and print it at 8:30 p.m. when I know everybody will be out of the building. But I'm going to change it back to ASAP for our example here. If you are printing an attendance letter, you do want, it's going to default, actually, that attendance letter we have in here will default to yes for update the House Bill 410 attendance. But every time you're not doing anything with attendance, just leave it set to no, because it'll take a little bit longer for the report to run if you update the attendance with this report. So if not attendance, then I'm just going to leave it set to no. So I have my student schedule report, all the records alphabetically, current only. I've got some watermark text in there. I could also customize it, by the way, and put something in that blank, but I'll just leave it set to unofficial. And I want it to print as soon as possible. Now, when I submit this, sometimes, again, in the case where I have hundreds or 1,000 schedules or 1,700, it's going to take a little while for this to run. You will just say, it'll just say pending here, and you won't be able to get a hold of it right away. But a student schedule report's pretty simple, especially on 15 students. So it already finished almost immediately. So I'm going to click on view. And this is what I'm going to get. So you see my watermark appeared unofficial. This header is fully customizable, and I'll talk about those question marks, by the way. That's a hiccup in PowerSchool that I can address. And so I have my header, my student information. It defaults to today's date. I could add a footer to here as well in the report setup. So whomever's responsible for your reports, these are options that they can do. I have this report set up to pull a semester 1 schedule and a semester 2, but you probably have reports set to show both, and you have reports to show one or the other. That's a pretty good way to do it. Sometimes you don't want to, in August, hand a schedule to a brand new student that shows both, especially our younger kids. Sometimes it gets confusing if they're not used to changing classes to different classes yet. Our incoming 6th graders, for example, you don't want to overwhelm them. So maybe you just want to print their Schedule 1 classes. So there are different reports in your system for that. And then if I go down, this is just going to be a PDF of every student that I selected, and again, their current schedule. So just a note, in case you're wondering, this should not be here. We have noticed in the past couple of months that there was a PowerSchool update, and it in the formatting, it messed up the formatting on our what we call these object reports. And so if there's any rogue spaces, it's throwing this error in the system saying, I don't know what to do with this. So it's putting a question mark in it. And so if you are seeing that on your schedule reports, might be a good idea to run those now before semester 2 comes up and you need to run some schedules, because your district leader can put in a case to our team and we can help you clean those up. We've been doing that a lot lately. We're just going to go in, and some of your district leaders know how to do that. I know some people on this call have really experienced district leaders, and they're just going out and doing that on their own. They can do that. But if they need any help, they can put in a case with our Meta PowerSchool team, and we can set about cleaning those up for you so that you're not getting those question marks, because even though it doesn't really mean anything, it's maybe a little bit annoying, and maybe even worse, your students and your parents are going to ask, what does that mean? Grade 10 with a question mark, name with a question mark. So obviously we want those to look a little nicer for you. So yeah, so that's a little bit about printing a report and some of the different things you'll see on these reports. This is the print queue. So the more print jobs I create, the more that will show on here. And I can remove the print job if I don't want to see it anymore. But after a while, you'll start to see a few of them, because let's face it, you might need to return to this report and go ahead and pull that same report up again. So you get a little print queue here for that reason. Kim talked about this upper right-hand corner menu this morning, and I want to show the difference between these two places. So this printer that she talked about, print this page, does exactly what it says. Whatever page you're on in PowerSchool, it will print. Obviously, you wouldn't do that here. There's nothing useful on this page for you to print. But I did want to point out that this document icon that appeared for me is what's going to take you back to this report queue page. So that's always available to you once you run a report. Once you have a report queue, that's when that icon appears, which is why it wasn't appearing for myself and probably not for Kim's account earlier either, because we hadn't yet run any reports in our new train database. Now that I have, it's showing my print queue, and it'll bring me back here. All right, I'm going to pause there to see if there's any questions. Okay. So this afternoon so far, we've talked about the custom student list, the quick student export, and the print a report, and also mass printing student screens. So just different ways to pull information out of the PowerSchool database on our students and display them in slightly different ways. So it really depends on what you're looking for. And we haven't even gotten to this data and reporting menu over here yet. So that'll come with time. But hopefully you've explored this data and reporting menu to see what other types of reports exist out there. But those are just a few ways to pull student data that we've gone over so far. I do want to stay with the group actions menu, so we're going to return to the start page. So I have my students here, and I want to talk about next a couple of searches. So we talked a lot about searches this morning, but this is a different piece of information to search about a student. Again, what the next searches we're going to do, we're not talking about static student fields. Like what is something about a student that some identifier on them that I can search out. Searching by attendance and grades is not searching static fields within students. It's searching information about that student in the current present moment. So attendance is taken daily, and grades can change daily or by the minute. Some of you are parents in our districts, and you may get those notifications on your phone even when a grade changes. I know my wife does. You all know teachers. They may be updating their grades at 8 a.m. or 3 p.m. or 8 p.m. To trigger those grade changes. So what you can do here from this menu is search information about their attendance or their grades. So I'm going to click into here. And again, I can't click onto this menu, anything on this menu I just clicked on, until I have a selection of students. But notice when I get to the search by grades and attendance page, I can search through all students that are active in the building, currently enrolled as they call them, or I can keep my selection limited to 15 students. So I'm going to open it up a little bit, and I'm going to search all students that are in the building right now with my next example. So I have some options here. And what I want to search first, what I want to show you first is the attendance piece. So there's two things to search on this page, and they're listed right here. Search by attendance and grades, or I'm sorry, search by attendance or search by grades, depending on what you're looking for. What I want to do now is I want to scan students' attendance. I want to see every student who in their daily attendance has been marked absent, let's say more than one day. So every student who has more than one day absent is going to show. Scanning all attendance records. I'm going to leave alone anything that mentions grading right now, and we'll come back to that. I have two options down here, and this is more applicable to the grades piece. Make this the current selection or display matching students and sections. I'm going to leave this set to make this the current selection of students. I just want to see a simple list of every kid in the building who has a more than one day absent for the daily attendance. And I'm going to click, and this is going to take a moment. It's looking through all 1,700 kids, so in their attendance. Again, this isn't just a simple static field. It has to look through all of their attendance. All right, so we must not have very much daily attendance in our train database here because I pulled up exactly one student. So I'll go to that student here. I'll go to his daily attendance page, and he has more than one instance of attendance on him. But I'm surprised he was the only one. So again, it's going to default back to that button here. I can click onto that. I am going to pull my multi-selected students that I've been using today. Grab those kids, I think. Notice that that search did change my selection. So went from my 15 kids just to the kid who had those instances of attendance. So I'm going to go here. And I wanted those kids in my selection for the next example. Searching the grades gives you a few more options. Obviously with the attendance, I could have chose meeting or daily. I could choose which type of absence I'm looking for. All present, all absent. I could have maybe widened my search net a little bit by saying all absent codes. Attendance codes are set up by your district leader. They identify what is a present code and what is an absent code. And so there are multiple different ones, but your teachers probably are restricted when they take attendance only to certain codes that they can put in. Whereas your attendance secretary has more access to elaborate on that a little bit and put in the appropriate attendance code for each student. But a little bit more options on the grades here. So let's go back up to the top here, and I'll go ahead and select all students again. It's going to default to whatever term I have up here in the right corner on my term switcher. And so current enrollments, And first I need to set a minimum number of classes needed to search that criteria. So if I'm searching failing grades, then I want to know any student who has even one failing grade, of course. So I'm going to plug this in here. And I'm going to say one minimum number of one class. And then I do want to scan for this final grade. There are some options here. All do not equal F would mean that pull up any students who don't have any Fs. But what I want, and then this would be, very unfortunate if we have a student who has all equal F, but it does happen, and we definitely want to get to those kids and help them. So you could do a search that way, and hopefully you're not seeing too many of them. But I'm going to just say I want to know if any have F on any of their grades. So what I also have to do here is tell it where to scan in. So I've already stored my grades for quarter 1. I mentioned this earlier that because it's a trained database, we don't have current grades in the grade book. In the grade book, so I'm not going to select current grades. I'm probably not going to get much information there. What I am going to do is I'm going to go to historical because I know that my school building did store grades recently. And I want, it's the beginning of the new quarter. It's mid-October, and I want to know which students are at risk. They have Fs in at least one class for Q1. So I have two options again down here. I can make this the current selection of students, or I can display matching students in sections. So if I clicked submit right now, it would do what it did earlier when it pulled up Luke, who has more than one instance of attendance on him, as my selection. But this time what I want to do is I want to display the matching students and sections. So it's actually going to give me a list of students and which classes they're failing because that's the way I set it up now. So again, I'm scanning for any classes, for any students who have an F, and it's in historical grades for quarter 1 only. And I believe I left all 1,700 selected. So it will take a moment to run that for that many students. So it may benefit you obviously to sift down your selection. So I have 1,000 students, not 1,000 students necessarily, I should take that back. It's 1,000 instances of an F in a course for Q1. And here's what I mean. It does look like it organizes it by course name and teacher. So Mr. O'Brien has that many students earning Fs for quarter 1. That's pretty useful information. So these are 6 students taking aerospace. Maybe aerospace leadership is a pretty specific course for a pretty specific population of kids. And maybe that's particularly concerning that 6 of them are failing for first quarter. Additionally concerning is, when you go look at core classes, how many students are failing algebra. This is how many students are failing algebra for the first quarter right now. But what you could do with this information is I could copy and paste this whole report. It's a long report, and I could put it into it, and I could paste it into a spreadsheet, and then I could use the filters, and I could filter to only certain teachers, certain courses, or probably most usefully names. So I could see maybe everything that Chloe was failing currently for the quarter 1. So just great opportunity to find those students who failed a class in a certain term, and target those students for the help that they need. And again, on the previous screen, I could have just made them my selection, but that making the students my current selection doesn't necessarily tell me which students or which courses that they're failing within the given term. But this one allowed me to see all that information. And now all of these students are hyperlinked, of course. So if I wanted to go take a look at Jordan's grades. I can click on Jordan and I can go to their academic records, historical course grades, and I can look at Jordan's other grades too. So, okay, Jordan only has one F for the term, but when I talk to them, they also have a D for quarter 1 in PE. So not quite an F. That didn't come up, only the one came up in the search, their Algebra 3. But if I'm going to talk to Jordan about their F, then I might as well talk to them about their D as well. So just another tool for your tool belt to, again, target those students who need that additional help and guidance. Any questions about searching for attendance and grades? Kim, I think that searching for the specific
Yes, I was just
absent
going to ask
was
you
really
to
limiting.
revisit that.
Yeah, it
I,
was really limiting
yeah.
to me. Yeah.
Yes. So when you that brings up a good point too, is that if you are looking for students who have those absences, remember that there's more than one attendance code that includes unexcused absences. So, if you're looking for specific codes, like just the specific unexcused, you can look for those codes as well. But when Stephen did his search, he was looking for the A, which is the absent code specific, and looking for anything over 1 day of the absent code. But there are many other codes, as you can see there. There are many other codes, and then you can just search for the all absence codes.
Yeah.
Yep.
So if I want to look for
Yeah.
kids who are absent more than 5 days, with all absent codes for the daily.
Correct. Yes.
Then that would probably be a better search, right?
Yes. Yep. I was just going to ask you to revisit that. That's perfect. We were thinking alike there.
Good. Yeah, so that's going to include all my absent codes. So this makes a lot more sense, whereas 275, and this time I said more than 5 absences. So at this point in the school year, that could be concerning. 275 students in my building have missed more than 5 days for the daily attendance. Any questions regarding the searching by attendance and grades? All right, let's see where we're at here so far. Okay, there's at least one more group function I want to cover this afternoon. But let's first, before I go over to that one, let's also do, so if we're talking to high school staff members, then you're going to be wondering about GPA. And we're going to dig more into GPA on day 2. But this is just one piece I want to show you regarding GPA because it is within the group actions. Excuse me. So I have, again, my options are all students in the building that are enrolled or the current 275 students. Now remember, every time I do one of these searches, it does make that my selection of kids. So I no longer have my 15 students selected. I just want to remind you, I now have the 275 that had more than 5 days of daily attendance absent. So I'm going to search all students. And now what I can do here, and here's where you should be familiar. If you're not, you need to get familiar with which GPA calculations you use. And this is something we'll dive into more on the day 2 piece of this training, is at the district office level, there are GPA calculations that we'll look at that are set up by somebody in your district. And for lack of a better phrase, it gives rules for what counts in a GPA and what does not. So some districts look like this. You have a bunch of different GPA calculations that you're using. This is very possible. And some of them may be different. Some of them may be the same. Some of them may be specific to a term. Some of them could be looking in the grade book. Some of them could be looking at the stored grades only. And so these are something to get familiar with. Some of you have eligibility specific GPAs to help you determine eligibility. But you might be seeing something like this in your home environment where there's a bunch of GPAs, and it's beneficial to you to know which you're using for each way of identifying students and their grades. So we're going to go with the standard DCS cumulative GPA up here. And I want to look at all of my students, and we are evaluating, and I could have sifted down a little bit and said I only want juniors and seniors, or I could have just looked at one single grade level before I did this. But I'm just going to say, we're talking about honors, our honors students right now. So I want to know who has a greater than or equal to cumulative GPA of 3.8 because of something, maybe some kind of, honors criteria I'm looking at. So I'm going to go ahead and plug that in. Cumulative GPA greater than or equal to 3.8 using specifically this GPA method. And this might take a moment again because it's not looking for a static student field. It's looking for, it's looking through all those historical grades for students. So, and the reason I bring that up is because, again, when a new grade is entered, so if I store grades with credit tomorrow on all my students, then this result is going to change because their cumulative GPA is going to change. So now my result here is that I have 236 students, which sounds about right, in a school of 1,700 kids. I set a pretty high bar there. Ninth graders probably don't have a cumulative GPA yet. I'm not seeing any ninth graders in there. They're probably sitting at 0.00 because they don't have any high school credits yet, right? Presumably. Maybe they took some in 8th grade. Those kids, if they have credits, they would qualify. But all I said was 3.8 cumulative GPA, and it picked up these students here. So I'm going to click into one of them now. And again, it defaulted back to the student screen that I was on previously. Click on academic records. And what I want to look at next and talk just a little bit about is the cumulative info screen. The cumulative info screen is a customizable screen in that someone in your building can set up what displays here. And this building or district chose to display current GPA, which is one of their GPA calculations that looks at the current, it looks out of the grade book. That's why we don't have a value here because, again, probably in this training database, there's nothing in the grade book for these students. But their Q1 GPA, this obviously does not match. Their cumulative is 4.1, which means they probably had a bunch of really high grades prior. But because we randomize for the train database, we randomize what kind of grades they earn in Q1. Obviously, you'd see a little bit of consistency if we were looking at real student data. But they earned a 2.083 in quarter one. And then their cumulative GPA is a 4.1, which is what I was searching earlier, right? So I was searching their cumulative, and I'm assuming this is pulling from the cumulative. It's not identified that way here, but again, this is customizable to the building, so it's however way they set it up. This is probably the weighted GPA, I'm going to assume, with that number. And this is the unweighted GPA. Either way, they qualified in the search. They're one of those students who have a 3.8 or higher for the GPA that I searched out specifically. Another quality that some of our buildings put on this page is the total credits earned, which could be useful. Obviously, this information is all available on the transcript as well, but you might just want a place in PowerSchool to display this information for you and for the students in their portal so that you can reference it quickly. come over here and say, okay, this is quite a discrepancy. If this student is doing this well overall, but then in first quarter of her 10th grade year, she's earning a 2.0. So that might be very concerning to me. Class rank, again, optional. The rank can be rerun, and that's going to be covered in day 2 of this training of, when we get to those specific academic pieces, like we're going to dig more into GPA, honor roll, class rank. So all of those can be updated every time there's new grades entered into the historical grades, right? That information changes. And then potential credits, I don't see this a whole lot. So I'd have to look at, how this is being, well, and we will take a look at this screen, how this is being evaluated here. But it's looking at potential credits probably by grade level. I assume she had a potential of 39.25 credits, and then this year 1.5. And again, it's the result of a scrambled database for where this 1.5 is coming from. She hasn't been a junior or a senior yet, so those are blank. I don't really like the way this is set up here by this district, but what I want to point out is this 39 would be very misleading to me. But it's evaluating every potential credit she ever had in any term. So there probably every quarter this building had potential credits on each course that she took. So everything's quadrupled, which for the number is going to make more sense. Almost 10 classes at potential of 4 times. So that's why I don't really like the way this is set up in this building. So I am going to show you where this is customized at. This is what is called the cumulative info screen on a student. It's found under academic records, and it's the very first option. So again, much more applicable at a high school level, but could be at a middle school if you track, current GPA. I know in the building I used to work at, one of the qualifiers for the DC trip in the 8th grade was their current year grade point average. If they had under a certain grade point average, they or so many absences was another one. So there was a reason that they might come over here and look at the current year GPA. So I'm going to go back to the start page here. And I could use my PowerSchool search up here, but I'm going to show you where that's found. So to customize that page, under school management, we're talking about academics because we're talking GPA. And the page is called GPA info for student screens. The very first piece of information it shows you here on GPA info for student screens is the GPA calculation that you want to use on the quick lookup screen. You may or may not have ever noticed that at the bottom of the list of all classes and the grades the student is earning on their quick lookup, and also it's the same as their grades and attendance page in the public portal, there could be a GPA there if you want there to be. I could also blank it out. I don't need to show anything there, but this building wants to show their current grade point average, current meaning it's looking in the grade book currently. This is also a really good reference point if you're, once again, I mentioned this earlier, if you're not familiar with the GPA calculations your building is using, this is one great place to come and look. This is a good indicator of what types of GPA calculations you use. And yours are going to look different than these, of course. They'll have different names. They might say cumulative, they might say current. You might have ones that are specific to term. This is how this is just how their building is set up. But like the contact data access tags, like the counselor assignment data access tag I showed you earlier, GPAs work off of data access tags as well, because it's not static student information. This is information about a student that has to look in different places around PowerSchool to pull information together. All right. So I also use this page here to look at the coding for, and this is getting a little bit into the weeds, but it's something that, Kim and I and other people on our team have to do at times, is just looking at how these codes are set up. Because there are some places in PowerSchool that only require the asterisk, and there's other places in PowerSchool that require the parens and the little tilde symbol. So this is pulling a certain GPA method that it equals and in displaying it there. Your customized transcripts are set up similarly in that they have this coding in them to pull to the transcript. So if at any point you notice, and we've had this happen, several times, there's different people in your districts and buildings that work in different parts of PowerSchool. So it understandably happens, but you want to be careful with this. I'm sure if you work in a high school especially, you've all encountered a parent, a student, a guardian, or a teacher even, who questioned the GPA calculation on a student. And there's some great tools that we'll cover next week to help you determine whether a GPA calculation is correct and is calculating the way that you expect it to be. But one good start for you is to make sure that if you're displaying a cumulative GPA here, whatever is showing on that student's GPA, GPA screen that I just showed you a few minutes ago, should match what's in their cumulative on their transcript. If it's not, that means the code here is different than what's on the transcript. And your school might need your help determining which is the right calculation. We've seen it happen, and I don't like to see that happen, but you want to make sure the appropriate GPA calculation is showing everywhere you need it to, and above all, the consistency between them. If you're calling it cumulative here, whatever says cumulative on the transcript should match this one. And so you might need to work with your district leader. And if they're not sure, again, I'll point to, they can put in a case with us. If they're not sure how to figure that out, we can look at your transcript code to be sure that the same code is pulling in both places. And again, we'll dive more into GPA on day 2 here to show you how those calculations are set up, what that means, and that sort of thing. A little bit more of the difference between current and cumulative will be helpful for you as well. Okay, so here's the code on total credits earned. It's looking at this is set up to look at every credit earned between grades 6 and 12. Now in your district, it's very possible that no students would earn credits in 6 and 7, but if any student has earned a credit, a high school credit in grade 7, you'll want that as part of the calculation. It's also showing it which terms to pull from. So note that Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4, if you have exam terms, those aren't showing here. You wouldn't want them to. Only the place where if there's credit, typically high school credits only earned at the semester or at the year end. There are some unique schools that have like a J term or an A term, so that would be slightly more complicated. But if you are a pretty traditional school in the way that you issue credit in these 3 terms, then that's what the code would look like there. Class rank has its own calculation, again, result rank of, so that's just a code. Again, coming to this page in your district could help you learn about kind of how things are set up. Notice that you have 12 spots here. This building is using most of them. You don't have to. Maybe you don't want much of anything on this page. Maybe you just want the cumulative GPA and that's it. Maybe cumulative and current, maybe the 2 different ones. You don't have to show all this information. This is optional. This is just how this district decided to set it up. Again, I would put a plug in against doing something like this. It's looking at the potential credit in every single term. I suppose that you could pull one of these up here and plug in the term specifically, and that would negate the Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4 that we're seeing. And on our example student, we were seeing that she had a potential credit of 39 last year. It's probably not real relevant, but you know, a good guideline if you wanted to kind of experiment with some of this information. Just know that once you enter this information here, you change this information here, that's showing in the public portal for that student. So you do want to be careful about changing any of these codes without the, kind of the verification of somebody who knows what they're doing and that sort of thing. So great to ask your district leader questions. Great to have them put in a case if and when they need it. Any questions about the GPA for student screens and that student screen that's pulling from this information? No? Okay. Go back to the start page here. I'll pull in my example students. We're just going to cover one or two more things this afternoon and then leave time for questions. So I'm going to pull my 15 example students. And I'm going to return to my group actions menu over here. So I mentioned this idea of updating student field values earlier on. And this is probably not a place that most of us are going to hang around. Again, this is another cautionary tale here. When you talk about mass changing student fields, you're changing something about every student in your current selection. You're changing, this is only to be used if every student in my selection needs the same thing changed to the same exact value. So we wouldn't want to come in here and change something unless we're absolutely certain. So I'm going to click into here and just show you an example. The layout of this page is very basic. It just gives you what you need to know. So think about the searches we were doing earlier. So what field do I want to change? What value do I want to change it to? So I'm going to click into fields here. And something we have not yet talked about is these activities. So you're probably going to see student activities in your district as well. And you may or may not use these fields. Some buildings do, some districts do, some don't. But I got to spell it right in order to get the results. So I'm going to look at all my student activities, and I want to identify all of these students as students in the marching band. So for any activity, I mentioned this this morning, the field value for activities is 1 or 0, or 1 or blank, basically. So if I plug a 1 in, that's going to add that activity to that student. This isn't necessarily information that everyone in your district's going to use, but it may be another identifier for you to have kind of in your tool belt to find students based upon. So I'm going to go ahead and change their marching band field value. I'm going to highlight that and I'll show you why. And I'm going to change them all to a 1. What this page here shows when I click submit on that last page, it shows you every student that was in my selection that wasn't yet identified as with an activity of marching band. So I'm going to show you one thing that happened here that you may or may not notice. There's no number 12 on here. I had 15 students, but that person's not showing. That means that student has already been identified with this activity field value. they're already identified as a marching band member in terms of the activities in PowerSchool. And again, I want to remind you, you may or may not be using this functionality, but it is another way to identify students that could be very useful. So it's only showing I'm going to assume 14 students out of my 15 that didn't have marching band as an activity, and they will now. This change hasn't been made yet until I hit submit. They do have some information up here for you that you really need to pay attention to. I changed it to 1. I could have cleared the field value, which means that one kid that was in marching band, I could have cleared it on them in one fell swoop. Wouldn't want to do that either. And this here is the most important piece here. This change is irreversible according to this page. Now, is it reversible? Technically, yes. I can go to an individual student and remove the activity of marching band off of them, or I can come back to student field value, change student field value page, and I can update this again, and I could technically reverse it. But what it's saying is with this group of students, I'm mass changing a piece of data about all these students. And once I do that, once I don't have these students selected anymore, I wouldn't necessarily know which I changed and which I didn't. So it is a warning for you. It's a necessary warning for you. I'm going to go ahead and submit this. And I get it completed. And now that was, again, a field value on a field of these students that I had selected that I made a change to. I'm going to go to my stored searches here, kind of touch back to something that we did this morning. And I'm going to create a new one. So what I want to create here is I want to know all my students who have who are marked for the activity of marching band. And I have to, again, 3 pieces have to be here: the field name, the search comparator, and the value. Now the value is blank because what I want is activity of marching band is not equal to blank. Is not equal to blank means they have it. I could do that as well, and that'd be the same. I could say, show me all students who have an activity of marching band set to 1, which means they're in it. Or is not blank would do the same thing. Any questions about that before I click submit here? All right, so I could go to this list here and I could run the search, or because I turned it on the start page with that customization, I can now pull up the marching band members. So 141 kids. Now, remember, I only had 15 selected. Those are just the kids that I changed today. But with the kids that I changed combined with the kids who are already marked for the marching band, there are 141 kids identified with the marching band. So let's go into a student and find out where that is on a student. Go to courses and programs, extracurricular activities. So this is a way to identify students with these activities that you have set up in your building individually. These students, if this student, my band director says, hey, Abigail is no longer going to be in the marching band, talk to the parents. That's probably going to be a schedule change as well. But if we're just talking about it as an extracurricular, I could just come here and take her right out of there. This is just another way to identify groups of students. And then when I created that stored search, it was because I wanted an easy way to pull those students. So if my band director wanted to know if any of her students were struggling in classes, I could pull up my marching band members, of which I have 140 of them now because Abigail is no longer in the marching band. And I can search by grades and attendance. I could say, all right, we have Q1 grades stored within the marching band only. How many of these students earned a D, a D minus, an F, any of those grades, D, D minus, or F? Notice that I have commas in here now, and there's no spaces. And I want to scan for grades in historical to Q1. And I want to display the matching sections. So this will be a pretty quick report because I'm only searching 140 students, this very specific population of kids that I can share with our marching band director and teacher. It's not going to show me which students have, if they have an F, a D, or D minus, but it did pull every single student in every single course they're taking in Q1 that had one of those grades present. So Rachel is getting a low grade in career self-awareness. I'm going to go to, and I see Rachel's listed here twice. So career self-awareness and English. So I can click, I'm going to see how all she's doing. Again, I clicked on the kid, it defaulted to the last screen I was on. I'm going to go to academic records, historical course grades. I could also go to her report card. That might be a better and easier view to look at. But again, I might be concerned here looking at Rachel. So Rachel's a marching band member, earning 2 Ds in her current classes. She's never had a D before in her career. So you're going to see things like this, especially in this database, because we completely randomized the store grades for Q1. So probably more than half of the students have a D or an F right now. But I just wanted to show you a good use case for why you would use the stored searches to have a group of students and then grab that group of students and look within that group to see who is doing poorly in classes. So I hope that was helpful. There are, any of these fields, so any of these field values here, I'm going to click on view field list again. Any of these field values can be changed individually on a student, can be searched within a group of students or all students, but can also be changed in mass or on an individual student. So again, I would just suggest being careful with this group action. We do show this because there's some good, there's some great functionality within changing student values that you're going to need to use. I'm going to show you kind of a scheduling related one next to kind of end our day with here. There's something that is, eventually going to need to be done to schedule your students for the following year. So you work at Meta High School and your students need to be set up for the following year before you can start scheduling. So let's say it's coming to December, January timeframe, and you need to set up your students appropriately to go into the appropriate next grade level and school building so you can schedule them. So I'm going to show you an example of something that I would possibly do, but more than likely your district leader does this, but this is just another way to use this functionality. So I'm going to click on, let's go with grade 9. So all my grade 9s, I have over 400 students. I have a pretty big building here, 400 grade 9 students in Meta High School. And I can go to change student field values. And I'm going to click on Fields. And let's see, let's do next year grade. So for you, those of you who do scheduling out there, anything with sched in it is pertaining to Power Scheduler. So I'm going to say sched next year grade, and I have my 9th graders selected. I'm going to say their sched next year grade is 10th. So you'll notice it's a very short list. So of all 409 students, this is what I would expect. Out of 409 students, almost every single one of them is set up how they need to be. But you had some students who enrolled since the first day of school, like Connor, and nobody set his next year grade. And then you had some students like Dylan who re-enrolled this year. And so that was set on him back when he withdrew and went to a different school district a few years back. And now he's back. He's in your 9th grade. He needs to be set for a next year grade of 10 as well. So this is a pretty positive way to use this functionality. Go ahead and submit. And now all of my 9th graders are set for a next year grade level of 10, which is important. This will be important to you. The other one I want to show you related to scheduling and making sure kids are set to the right place for the following year is the next school indicator. And that is down here under school enrollment. So again, I have all my freshmen selected. So presumably all 409 are going to come back to me next year. So I want to make sure, and it's kind of a catch-all here. I want to be sure that they all are set to come back to our building next year, because what I don't want is a student who doesn't have a next school indicator on him or her. I won't see them in Power Scheduler if that's something that's relevant to you. More importantly, and the most important thing is that at the end of the school year, you need them to roll up into the correct building. So I'm going to go to Set Next School Indicator, and from here, this is just like the student field value page, and this is something that can be set at the change student field value page, but I prefer to do this one here because it has its own function. And I can set them back to what I'm going to pretend is Meta High School here. It's not going to give you a verification though. So all of my freshmen are now set to that building in my district. It only gives you the options that are set by your district leader to be used out of this building. And again, scrambled data, it's just looking at different buildings that we have. I'm going to grab just a select group of our freshmen here. And I'm going to go back to changing student field values. Another one that I alluded to this morning when we were looking at student pages is the homeroom. This is something that's probably more often used at a middle or high school or elementary, but you may be using this. Again, I'll give you the example of that third-party vendor that maybe that library system that's reaching into PowerSchool, looking at the data to identify students. And actually, I'm going to go ahead and put room 101. So these 5 students that I've selected go to room 101 every morning to start their day. And the library needs to know that to be able to find them. So if I submit, okay, their homeroom field was blank, but we'll be changing to 101. And the change is not in effect until I hit submit. And to kind of come full circle on this, if I go into one of these kids, and I go to their modify info page off of the student profile menu. And because this customization isn't set up to include 101 as an option, it's not going to display for us, unfortunately. But typically, if that customization wasn't in play or 101 existed there, it would show properly. So sorry about that. All right, it is approaching 2:30. So we're going to pause for the day in terms of content, and then we're going to give it back to you and let us know if there's any questions that you have over anything that we've covered yet today. I'm also going to ask you to put it in the chat and let us know if there are pieces that were not covered today that you want to make sure that you get out of this training next week. And we're going to try our best to cover the things that you as a group, you as individuals need to get out of this training. So this is your opportunity to either take yourself off mute, let us know what you need, or you can put it in the chat, let us know something that you'd like to have as part of this training, and we'll try to incorporate it into next Thursday's training. All right, any questions that we went over today, or any additional pieces that you need for next week's training to make this worth your while? If you don't have any current questions or suggestions for things that would be helpful, then we are finished for the day. It is 2:30. We will look forward to seeing you next Thursday, and you have all week, and then after next Thursday even, to work in our train database. You have a username and password to log in. And again, if you see things between now and then that you would like to learn more about, feel free to send us a message. You got an email from me yesterday with your username and password. You can send me a message and just say, hey, I'm hoping we can cover this next Thursday, or bring those ideas with you next Thursday, and we'll talk about it first thing in the morning, and we'll have a whole nother day. And the things that we haven't yet dug into are GPAs, scheduling. So there's a bit on scheduling next week, and that's probably where we'll start, is scheduling. Program enrollments, and then we'll get to GPAs by the afternoon, as well as some other academic areas that are relevant, such as honor roll and class rank. And then by the end of the day next week, we will go over that data and reporting menu and show you some tips to get the most out of your PowerSchool database in terms of the reporting. I do see a suggestion. A report that was helpful and will be helpful is the GPA and honor roll. So we award students for honor roll and a 3.7 GPA. All right, fantastic. I hope the GPA search is one way that will help you. We will also talk next week about going back to that custom student list and using a GPA DAT code so that I could run any of the same information out of our database per student, but also add to that their current or cumulative GPA currently. And again, that's going to be a DAT code that's going to look at their, in the case of cumulative grades anyway, it's going to look at their all their stored grades and calculate out a cumulative GPA and print that right on the report for you. So that's one way you could use that. But yeah, we'll talk honor roll and how to run honor roll reports or recalculate the honor roll. You might be curious to know that. And especially for the high school people here, we'll talk class rank as well, which I know is very relevant at the high school in a lot of buildings. Although I've heard some buildings going away from class rank, so that's interesting.